You're very welcome. We are live from Kings Casino in Rozvadov. Thank you so much for joining me. My name is Fintan Gavin, and we are about to start a special edition high roller, no limit hold'em cash game. We're scheduled for 100 hands, and we have some really big names in the house. And please let me know, is the sound okay? And the buy-in, as you can see, is a minimum 10,000. And C2 with the German flag, that is Philip Gruissem, the super high roller multiple winner. And we expect some serious action here. We have Rob Yong also taking part. And we have a former EPT winner, Daniel Pidun from Germany, with almost 1 million in live earnings. The player in seat 5 is a 10,000 high roller in the E-Coupe for 90,000 winner. Quirm Czech, also from Germany. And that is Ephraim, I see in the room also, Ephraim Arama. So this is going to be an action-packed cash game, guys. And I'm absolutely buzzing to be here because these are the biggest cash games in Europe. And the size of the pots never disappoint. We'll be starting very soon. Players are taking their seats. That's the button. The guy in the red top is Mehmet, the Turk. And Devkin from Russia on the big blind with pocket sixes. And Dev King has flopped his set. And Mehmet has nothing. So the set of sixes to take it down. And these players, guys, believe me, this game will escalate as time progresses. We're right smack bang in the middle of the Party Poker Live Festival. And the venue is absolutely buzzing. We're scheduled for 100 hands of this high stakes, no limit hold'em cash game. And the blinds at the moment are 100. Expect this to escalate. Philip Gruissem, sporting a new mustache. Hand number 3. And the TD collecting the devices from the players. There is a delay on the stream. I believe it's about a half-hour delay. There's never any question of any foul play, but it's just a safety precaution. The poker room here is really run to an extremely high standard. The best, if not in Europe, in the world, in my opinion. The staff are top quality. And they have to be, because the action is fast and furious here in Kings Casino. Right now, as we're watching this high stakes no limit hold'em cash game, there is several other cash games. There's at least 3 PLO games going, maybe 5 or 6 No Limit Holdem games. There's the main event of the Party Poker 1000 buy-in. There's also the final table of the Omaha High Roller. There's also the 2000 High Roller. So there's several things happening, and a satellite just about to start also. And this is Czech versus Mehmet, and it's small versus big blind, and both have a pair. Mehmet with the fours and the deuces that's on the board, and there's 2,600 already in this pot, and it's Czech who's last to act, has the queens and twos.
After I lost those 2 hands, I went to the next one. I was down 50k.
Players just settling in. We have 2 empty seats that will be taken. We have a full house for today's Cash Kings. One of them seats belongs to Rob Yong, owner of Dust Till Dawn.
We are 6 and the kings go inside.
One and only.
I was really happy to see that. I was more happy when you raised me.
Jetzt, ne? Das war
I
gefährlich.
was like, yeah, it's
Gefährlich, wenn du dran
call
bist.
in.
Romy gespielt.
Ich stelle Leute aus Frankfurt.
And thank you for joining, viewers. We really appreciate you coming on and sharing the views you have on the action here. And we will have the table sound back any second. And this is Mehmet on the button with the ace-9. And Padu, the former EPT Berlin champion, is in this hand also. And I'm looking for serious action today, guys. I will have some guests joining me, so please do stay with us. We're scheduled for 100 hands.
Yeah, I see it. It's like a quarter minute.
There's always action.
And Philip under the gun with 5-4, first to act.
No problem.
It's fine, it's fine. It's not one to speak Russian.
And we are 7-handed now, but we will be 8-handed. We have a full table today. And a real spread of talent here as we watch the very early stages of this 100-100, and that's a straight for Pidum, the former Berlin EPT champion. And it's a 2,900 bet that will take down the pot. That's our scoreboard. The buy-in, the min buy-in is 10,000. Mehmet from Turkey has gone for the min buy-in. He's had a little bit of a rocky start. He's down 3,800. Expect the buy-ins to increase rapidly as the day progresses. And I'm going to invite my good friend Jonty, who's on the way. He'll be here any minute. And we had a great time yesterday watching the PLO with Jonty. It was really some good insight. And you could tell straight away that this guy has a future in the game. He was some pretty smart insights into the PLO, and expect more of the same from the No Limit Holdem. He will be joining me any minute.
Oh, you flop your snaps.
And we're looking at a 4-way pot now. And it's Pidou, who seems to be involved in quite a lot early on, and he's flopped the diamonds. And top pair for Ephraim. So we're going to see money going in here. Devkin has also flopped a pair, and now he's made 2 flare, but the flush is out there. So Pidum has hit enough flush, and Devkin, who's bet out 2 pair, and Bidum is last to act, and he's a couple of choices here. He can underrep the value of his hand, or he can come out. No, he comes straight out, and this is a good raise because he's going to get paid. Devkin is not going anywhere with 2 pair. This is hand 7. We're scheduled for 100 hands. And it's 2,200 for Devkin to call. And just as we see the outcome of this hand, we have Jonty is back with us in the booth. Thanks so much for joining us, Jonty.
Hello.
It's so kind of you to give us your time. We really appreciate it. With great feedback yesterday. And just as you come, we're watching an €8,000 pot.
Hello. Yeah.
And the situation is pretty desperate now for Devkin. He's opting to check call here, I think, with his 2
I
pair.
don't think he's folding after he's called.
The 8 does bring a straight, but there's no way that Pidou was raising there with a straight draw. So it's diamonds or possibly a weaker 2 pair, maybe a 9-6, that are the options and the combinations that's crossing Devkin's mind, and that's a great fold, isn't it, Jonty?
Yeah, that's a good fold. Very good fold.
And are you familiar with these players? I know you know Philip there. He's in C2. Philip Gruissem.
No, I'm not that familiar with them, to be honest. Is that Mehmet Hussein? I think it might be. I might recognise the C4.
And Mehmet, I know him from the cash games. He's a regular here in Kings.
Oh, is he? Yeah.
So you're going to see some good action from him. Also in seat 7, we have a EPT winner, Berlin, a few years back.
Okay. He's got off to a strong start, I see.
6,500 profit. That's the scoreboard, but expect the buy-ins really do escalate quite rapidly as the day progresses. And there's an empty seat there, Jonty, and your good friend, your fellow countryman,
Mr. Yong jumping in, yeah.
Mr. Rob Yong, who had a bit of a late night last night, I believe. The PLO game we were watching that went to 200, 200, 400. When the stream ended, the blinds went to 500, 500. And I understand there was €1 million plus on the table.
Yeah, I did see them playing over there. I actually ended up playing cash afterwards as well. So much action in this place at the moment. It's mad.
It is, isn't it, some buzz just to walk around?
It's so much
And
fun.
as a player, I'm sure as a player yourself, you must, the choices are endless, you know?
I've been getting so involved today. I've already been playing. What? First thing this morning, I think I played some house games early on, and then I jumped into a 2-5 game, followed by a 2-2 game, which you were playing as well.
The PLO, my favourite game here, the 2-2. The 5-5, I dabble in the odd time.
Oh yeah, we lost in the. No, we won. We won in the Holdem, lost in the PLO. I think we're back to house game, played some more Holdem.
Okay, so
I've been really jumping. I've been playing everything. And then I think I'm gonna jump into this €110, 50k.
50k guaranteed.
50k for 110.
When does that start?
Well, that started 15 minutes ago, but it's late retro while, so I'm gonna stick around for a couple of
Oh,
hours, I
that's
think.
brilliant. Yeah,
And
that's a
then,
really good. €100 buy-in, 50k.
Yeah, it's mad.
And is that 1 or 2 days, or how long is
That's
it?
just a one-day tournament.
Ah, that's ridiculous. 50k, 1-day event for €100. Where would you get it? And we have Eddie Bravo in the house, who will be joining us later. Hello, Eddie. Superstar from Germany.
And then I'll be playing the main event tomorrow as well, which I think is on stream, isn't it?
It really is hotting up, Kings. I mean, the car park is jam-packed full. The choice in cash games really is
Yeah, I just don't know what's
strong.
I've just been jumping hopping from table to table. Been good.
And what you're watching here, viewers, is a special edition. It's day 3 of our Cash Kings, and I understand that for the next few days we'll be bringing you all the action from the main event. We had day 1, Jonty, of the 1,000 buy-in main event.
We are, yeah.
And I'm not sure, I seen 100 players on the clock at one stage.
I think there's a bit more than that now, yeah.
There's a bit more than that. I'm not sure how they feel about the numbers.
I think they need some more. So
They need some more.
There could be some value.
So that's value out there, guys. If you're within distance,
I mean, it's
well,
got-
really, it's a short flight from anywhere, Prague. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
It's right in the
it
middle of
is.
Europe.
Yeah, that's true.
We're only an hour and a half from Prague Airport. So any value hunters out there,
And you can get Kings will pick you up as well, won't they?
Kings do a fantastic
They do a great job.
shuttle service. All the girls here just completely look after all your needs. They sort your accommodation, your transport. There's a in-house free players buffet that's open 24/7. And we're watching it's the same players really. This guy Pidun is getting involved in almost everything.
I mean, I don't think it's too out of line opening King Jack of Hearts under the gun. But I think it's just going to go check. Yeah, yeah, good.
And that's Daniel Pidun in seat 7. Then we have the Russian Devkin, Core Devkin, and he's done 5k already. And Mehmet, seat 4 from Turkey.
Wo ist der Bube? Wo ist der Bube?
And the picture there is of Philip Gruissem, the multiple super high roller winner. And he's raising with Ace Jack. And this is a perfectly reasonable play, Jonty. We're 6-handed. And the big blind of Pidun defends.
Again, they're 200 big blind steeps. You're going to see a lot of this, I think. Swapped a gut shot. He might stick around. I think he probably called one bet here. You don't peel with 8-5 to fold when you flop a gut shot, I don't think. No. I imagine he'll fold to any bet on the turn if he doesn't make a pair or straight. Yeah. I'm going to go check here.
It's a good card for Gruissem to represent
I think
raising pre.
I don't think he'll turn his hand to a bluff. I think he'll just stay show, don't worry. Yeah, he's just back.
And that's a made straight.
Yeah, I think Gruissem's just going to fold here. A 7's a really bad card because if obviously he's going to call with 7-5, 7-8, 10-7, 10-8, 8-5.
Perfectly reasonable for that to benefit a combination of hands he could
Yeah,
have.
definitely. I mean, I think if he had a 2, if the rub was a 2, 3, 4, I think you'd maybe see Gruissem calling with that, but...
Eigentlich wollte ich das scoren, aber...
Ist er nicht?
He had the blocker to the nut flush, but decided against making a move.
Yeah.
Bauchschuss gekommen.
And seat 7, Daniel Pidun from Germany.
Yeah. 4 Germans. This will probably be a tough table, I imagine.
Live, wenn
I'd be surprised if we see anyone make too many mistakes. I don't think there's going to be that many mistakes made in this game.
I totally agree. I think
ein Stick im Brandschießen.
going to be a hard grind for anyone expecting to make easy money. It's not going to happen.
For sure.
And I did notice there's no straddles here so far.
I think that'll change when Rob gets to this table. I think it probably will get a bit deeper.
And Pidun now in the small blind with the jacks.
Taking the screw spot.
And he may get called by Zek. It's the only playable hand really he's up against.
I think he will be.
And Zek has position, so he's going to take a flop here with the 7-6 suited. And we have a two-way action. And Zek's he's gonna continue on this board, I think.
I think we're going to see it call as well. I think Zach will peel one and see, like, if he picks up any equity, he picks up like a 4, 3, an 8 or 9.
It's a 2400 bet, so Piddon's going to certainly peel another card. He's backdoor straight. He has top pair, but he must smell danger at this stage.
I mean, he probably thinks, I think he's probably just going to see all the situations in the turn, I think.
It's certainly not a hand to get carried away with. And that's going to keep the interest high for Zek because he's up and down now.
Yeah.
But it's a dangerous card for Piddon, but it's not stopping him. He's going to blast at this again. And is he adopting the bet and fold to a re-raise maybe on a board like that?
I mean, maybe. I mean, he might. I don't know. He might call off it. He might bet call off. It's unlikely that Zach's going to have a 3 in his hand very often. Stack size is going to be really awkward. Well, he set it up to jam the river, but I don't really think he's going to be jamming many rivers.
And this pot has almost 20,000 in it. And it's clubs and hearts, so the flush might slow things down. But Piddon gets there.
I think he's just going to go check.
Check value.
I think he might go check, but he has 3, but I don't know. We'll see. This is what I love about Holdem. There's so many different ways. I think he'll check fold over here.
Yes.
But I can't see Zach betting it either. Again, you gotta say, what do you think? What does Piddon think he's gonna get called by if he jumps over? It has to be 8s, 9s, and 10s. That's the only hands. Or 8s beating.
And
it's going thin, it looks like. It's going really thin. As if he thinks some.
Piddon is going to get called here.
Yeah, most definitely. You can't really have a 3. You can't really have an 8. He's probably not going to 3-bet squeeze like 2s through to the 7s. Yeah, it's been cool.
And this is a almost €30,000 pot.
Yeah.
And that was an almost 5,000. Was that like?
I think it was 4,800.
It was like a stopper, but it was a 5,000 bet into an 18,000 plus pot.
I think Piddon there is just trying to get called by 9s and 10s. It seems really, really thin. I don't know. I don't know if it's possible to get called by worse than that spot. He might be trying to represent like missed clubs and think that he might get looked up by like a 7 or a 6. Maybe. I mean, it's a bit of a long shot. I don't know.
And it comes good for Zek.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Piddon knows something I don't. It's very likely.
It's an extremely thin value bet, and it hasn't worked out for him. And if you've just joined us, we're watching a special edition cash game live from Kings in Rozvadov. This is the home of live poker, people. This is the place with the biggest cash action in Europe. And right now, this is a Holdem 100 of the blinds. My name is Fintan Gavin. I'm joined by my good friend Jonty from the UK.
Hello.
And we're super excited here. We're smack bang in the middle of the Party Poker Millions Festival. And there's some serious action all around the venue, and we're watching the highest cash game at the moment so far today. There will be games that will go higher. There was a 500 last night, but this is a 100 Holdem game. And Philip Gruissem has flopped up and down, but Zek is the one betting out here as pair trees.
That's got the best hand as well. I mean, I think Gruissem is a favourite. Says on the graphic. He's almost like having 2 overs in the flush draw. Just one less out. Gruissem. Just a call, yeah.
And Gruissem shoots in the lead.
And I think Zek's just going to shut down now. You'd think so, wouldn't you?
And absolutely, I mean, a jack is a very reasonable card for Gruissem to be holding. And it brings the straight, the board pairs, and it's going to be a check situation here, I think.
Yeah.
Now, Gruissem may put Zek on a 10.
Again, it's really thin. A lot of regs will definitely like bet, check, bet king in this spot. They have ace, king, king, queen. They're going to play it.
He goes with a check,
I think he's posturing there just because he wants a cheap showdown. Probably.
and Zek is checking down with his threes, and Philip wants to see Zek's hand first because Zek was the aggressor in the last round of betting, and that's the rule here, regardless of the action on the river. Are you a fan of that rule, Jonty?
I mean, not so much.
Not so much, and I know why you say that.
I like to just
Because
bet.
you're normally the player making all the
Yeah,
aggressive
for sure.
moves.
I quite like sitting in position, betting 2 streets, and then just checking back river and just seeing what my opponent's called 2 streets with. You get to see the hand every time.
Yeah, I kind of
It's
like
definitely good.
like the rule though, because I mean the
He's been the
last act is a big advantage as it is during the hand.
Yeah, for sure.
So I mean, why give an extra advantage
Yeah,
to the
yeah.
player in position?
I mean, I definitely use that rule. That's why thinking about it, I do use it to my advantage. I would just bet, check back and see what opponents peel the big blind with, call the flop, and call the turn with.
Absolutely. And the rule we're speaking about is the player that is obliged to show their hand first. You've different rules in different clubs, but in this club, it's the last person that made an aggressive play.
Oh, we got
And
kings on the button here.
we have Devkin here on the button. It's a monster. It's
Kind of unlucky that no one's got a really.
looks like he's going to get a speculative call by A2 of spades. And that's an action killer with the ace high.
Yeah.
There's a good shot for Ephraim.
I think Ephraim.
That's a good card for the Kings because the likelihood of Ephraim holding an ace with the second ace out there is dramatically reduced, and Devkin realizes that, bets it out and takes down the pot.
There are a couple of big pots at the moment.
Machst du Werbung ein bisschen, ja.
And viewers, if you've just joined us, I am Fintan Gavin with Jonty from the UK. We're watching a 100-100 No Limit Holdem. And we have a full house for this game today. We're scheduled for 100 hands. We're in the very early stages. We have some real superstars there. This gentleman here you're looking at, Daniel Pidham, EPT winner. This is Philip Gruissem with the pocket fours on the button. And Pidham raised with the 9-10 suited. That's the hand you want in a cash game like this, Jonty.
Definitely. Something with some good implied odds if you get there.
Give me that any day over the pocket eights of Mehmet, who opts to just call with the eights in the big blind. That's a good shot for Pidham, but it is Mehmet who's in the lead with the eights. No player has an ace, and it's a good card for Pidham to continue because
It is.
it's
I
a
mean, it's just
scary
gonna take
board
it.
really for the eights. And the Gruissem with the fours is not going to continue because
No, not with 2 players. Well, I
two
don't think
players
he's
to
anyway.
act after him.
He'd probably fold anyway.
So it looks like the bet from Pidham here will get through. Possibly Mehmet may call one street to see what the story is.
I mean, yeah, I don't know how these guys play, but
And this is a raise. There's no way this is a call. No, he decides against it.
Joking, joking.
Ich bin der Einzige, der den Move hat.
And
I
now
mean, the problem with this spot is that Pidham's betting to 4 players here, so it's unlikely he's going to be bluffing. He's not going to continue. I mean, I'm surprised he actually bet the 10-9 here.
Große von Hollywood-Spieler, hä? Bravo. Von Hollywood.
An 8 would be a fun card, though, wouldn't it?
Schauspieler.
an 8 would give the straight
Yeah.
and a set.
It's folded.
And we see the action is coming from this guy, Pidham.
Yeah, definitely pushing the action.
Leicht hinten raus.
And it's always the same. There's always one or two players I've noticed, Jonty, that
So viel Munition ist nicht da.
start the, you know, they're pace setters, so to speak, and they come out of the blocks firing. And
I feel like I
Pidham,
fall into that category a lot of the time.
sorry?
Although I think you fall into that category, so you're definitely a pace
Hey,
player.
well, I don't know to take that as a compliment or
I think it's
an
a
insult. I'll take it as a compliment, and
Let's get
thank
that
you
guy
so
involved.
much. And we're starting to see a straddle now by Pidham. He wants to up the ante.
He wants to get that money back he just lost with Jacks.
He's down 5k, and Zek here is the big winner so far. And it's a battle between Ephraim and Pidham.
So Pidon's
He
defending
checks
his
his
straddle, right?
he checks
Oh,
his
it's just
straddle.
limped. Does he just limp the button? Yeah. Yeah, he did.
Deiner.
Danke.
That's interesting from that from there. Just limps the button. I thought he'd rage with the dead money out there because obviously there's an extra 200 euros out there now.
Wie gehst du mit meinem Geld um, Bruder?
But it was the customer that owned the 200 euro
Danny.
he was concerned about, because this guy Pidon is an action junkie, trust me.
Das Gute ist,
And I'm looking forward to the fireworks that's going to happen when Yong joins the table also.
They're sat next to each other too. They could definitely go to war. Love to see a nice battle.
And Gruissem here with the ace-jack.
That's definitely something that's all about the PLOs who watched the PLO yesterday. You'd expect there to be more instant hands maybe in the Hold'em because people don't have hands as often. And the hands are different, so there's a lot more spots for people to bluff. I suppose in PLO there's not as many bluff spots, I don't think. So hopefully we get to see some good bluffs.
And we're three-way here in a 1,300 euro pot, and Gruissem has flopped a good shot and a flush draw.
Got a shot straight flush draw.
Good shot, straight flush draw. And he's in the lead,
Pidon's up and down.
but Ephraim has a pair, and there's something for everyone really. I can't see Ephraim continuing, but Pidon certainly will with the up and down
I mean, he might not. just
because of the clubs.
Yeah. He only has 6 out as opposed to 8. Although having said that, the way we've seen Pidon playing, then maybe he probably will call. I'm actually willing him to call now.
And he decides against it, and Gruissem takes down a pot, and he shows
Shows the jacket club.
the jack of clubs. And let us know your thoughts, viewers. We're delighted to be here to bring you this. This is a rake-free cash game brought to you by Kings Casino, the biggest poker venue in Europe. We're right in the middle of a party poker festival, and there's several fantastic events here with massive guarantees, and the main event's 1,000 buy-in, 1 million guarantee.
Pidon's got ace king here in the small blind. And no one's got anything.
And it looks like Mehmet limped in the cutoff with the Jack 10, and Pidon's going to make it 500 here.
I mean, is he really limping to fold? I guess he is only playing 5k. That's 10% of his stack. No, he's peeled. I hope Pidon checks it. The board's just so dry.
And Pidon is down about 7 grand so far. It is very early stages. We're just into hand number 20.
He's just winning all the small pots at the moment, isn't he?
Absolutely. And I know, do you notice, Jonty, how fast the hands are compared to the PLO?
Yeah.
I mean,
We've already done.
we've
19
done 20 hands, and like we're literally only
almost
here
20
half an
minutes,
hour.
yeah.
It's almost double the speed of the PLO. And the thing about the PLO is how rare is a pre-flop pot taken down without a flop? Like, I mean, it just doesn't happen. It's a flop game, and players are in there with a. And how often do you see a player fold to a 3-bet and play PLO?
Just never. I mean, but
Just
then again,
doesn't happen.
You're going to have like 33% equity versus every single one, and it's maximum pot, so you're always going to get 2 to 1.
So it's
you always get
almost
people
always
there going,
right,
"Oh, well, yeah, you nearly always correct. Always correct appeal.
depending on their position
Yeah, for sure.
and obviously their hand. And right now we are looking at
It's in a 3-bet from Philip Gruissem and Mehmet, who limped originally, then Pidon opened the button with 10x, ace 10 he had, has then just limped shoved. I don't think Gruissem's ever folding here. Although we could see Gruissem light here just because there's been a limp and it looks like Pidon was isolating, so he can actually be isolating Mehmet.
and that's
Quite
what
light
Gruissem was doing.
It looks like he might be.
And
it looks like
unfortunately he's priced in, but we don't know his starting hand.
he's
But
probably got like ace 2
he
suited,
didn't
kind of
snap
bad.
call
Oh,
ace jack, and it's very reasonable. We know one of the aces was folded by Pidon.
Yeah.
So Mehmet now is favourite here with the 7s.
We're gonna have
But he has a lot of
good old
dodging to
flip.
do.
Off to the races we go.
And what a flop. Imagine if
Oh yeah.
Pidon stayed in for
Pidon's
that
in
flop,
that.
we would have had some action. And top 2, still alive, Mehmet.
No space though.
No spades.
Queen ball for a chop though.
And a queen for a chop, as Jonty points out. Or a
Or a
7.
Still hit a 7.
And it doesn't happen. And the 2 pair. And that's our first bust out.
Mehmet reaches for a drink. I think that's probably the only thing he
Mehmet
can do.
is
when he
having a
reaches for it.
whiskey. And he was in for the min. He was in for the 10,000.
You sure he's not Irish?
Nee, nee, eerst als ik erin heb, krijg je een lulvlees.
We'll see if he comes back.
And he's taking his purse with him. I'm not sure what the story is.
I mean, a 10 turn. Might not be coming back. They tend to go to the. I think they get chips on the left-hand side of the screen.
And that is Mehmet from Turkey, who we just see bust out here.
What's the delay on this stream today? Is it 30 minutes again or?
There's a delay for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And we're scheduled for about 3.5 hours going at this rate. I think it's 100 hands.
So scheduled for 50 minutes. This.
Pidham with the ace queen.
Feels like Pidham's in every spot in every
He
hand. Doesn't it?
really
But he
is,
actually
yeah.
he hasn't had like bad hands to be fair.
That's true, but
He's in ace 10, ace queen,
yeah,
ace jacks.
well, it turned out to be a really smart fold with the ace 10.
Yeah, definitely.
He raised the limp of Mehmet, and Gruissem then with the ace jack re-raised to 1500, and the 7s go all in. And it was an ace jack versus 7 straight race, and ace jack winning on an ace jack 10 board.
We got
Pidham now with the ace jack.
Another flip situation here. With a pair versus 2 overs.
And it's Devkin, the Russian, who bumps it up,
Little king jack off.
and it's going to swell this pot
I think
to 3,200. We have 4-way action, and that's an ace in the window.
so Pidham takes lead again.
And
Again, another legit hand for Pidham. Ace jack of clubs. I mean, I don't really think we're going to see too many fireworks in this spot.
and
Oh, Pidham
Pidham
check.
checked, and it's Devkin, the Russian, who's trying to represent what Pidham has. And the diamond is of no value. 7 of diamonds. And Pidham is really under-repping the strength of his hand here. And he's given Devkin an opportunity to blast again. There's 5k out there. And Devkin is going for it.
Question is, it looks like he's going to set up for a river jam here, because when he bets this big, he's going to... I don't think Pidham's going to like his hand that much anymore. I don't think he's folding, but I think he's probably calling to fold river.
2,600.
And if the diamonds come, Devkin has the king of diamonds as well. He might. I think we might see Devkin giving it the old 1, 2, 3 here.
He can hit a 10 to give him the
Can hit
nuts.
10. I think he's going to jam river.
There's 10,000 out there. And that's a great card for Devkin to represent. He's holding the nut flush blocker, the king of diamonds.
Does he pull the trigger? I think he's going to pull it. Again, I'm just willing him to do it.
The only thing, Jonty, is the diamonds have come via the back door. So what was he betting on the flop? That he's going to continue betting on the river when it comes diamond, diamond.
He might jam ace king here, no diamond. It's unlikely that Pidham's going to have diamonds on that flop. It's not like he's got ace x of diamonds either. He has to have like king queen of diamonds, queen jack of diamonds, queen 10 of diamonds. Obviously, Devkin blocks the king queen of diamonds. Yeah, he's gonna
And he goes all in, and you've called it right, Jonty.
I don't know whether Pidham.
And how tough is this for Pidham?
I think he's probably going to fold.
Well, he's asking how much, and he's going to find out at 7,800.
He's getting 2.5 to 1.
And it was remarkable, really, how he's played this, Pidham.
I mean,
But it was Devkin that was doing all the action pre. He raised
yeah,
pre,
exactly.
He continued on the flop.
I just don't know how many bluffs he's going to think that Devkin has here.
It really screams of ace queen, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially he bet into 4 players as well on the block room bet, so it's going to look kind of strong. Looks like he's counting out the bet though. I always think when people count out the bet, they never fold. We'll see. I mean, respect to Devkin for putting him in a really tough spot. It's not an easy call there.
It's a great move regardless of the outcome because Devkin is holding the king of diamonds.
Plus,
it's a blocker to the nut flush.
And obviously, Pidon's going to know as well. If he'll know that Devkin isn't betting like a worse hand here for value. When Devkin shoves this river, he's either got a bluff or he's got a bet hand.
It's one or the other. It's the made hand, or it's nothing.
He's not going to shove ace 10 here or ace 9. He's just going to check burn. So at the same time, this is almost like having king queen. Makes it's almost this hand's kind of irrelevant.
And it's a great move. Devkin has continued with his story. Pre-flop aggressor. Just adjusting the mic level here, guys.
Hopefully you can hear me a bit better.
And just let me know. And that's a great
It is
move,
a
Jonty, and you
fantastic
called it.
It's a tough spot. He showed the bluff.
He moved in, he shows the bluff, and it is such a tough spot. And how often does it happen when a player underrepresents the value of their hand and then actually convinces themselves it's valueless in the end?
Yeah. I don't know. It's a very good spot. I don't know. I mean, I guess it makes it easier for Devkin just because he has the king of diamonds in his hand as well. The chat agreeing. He said, "Oh, O'Deedle saying it's a clear fold. He can't beat anything. Like, yes, he can't beat any of the value hands. All he can beat is a bluff. I mean, literally, yeah, it's literally like having 10s in that spot. But I mean, it's a tough call. So we've got Gruissem winning now. I think he's winning about 6k. I think Zek's the big winner in the game so far. He's winning 15k. And Pidon has just obviously lost more in that pot there as well.
He's 10,000 in the negative.
I mean, I think it's pretty easy to see that Devkin was going to shove that river because of his sizing on the turn. He set it up perfectly for when he gets called to almost have a pot-sized jam on the river. And I think he's just going to check back turn. When he bets turn, I think he's always going to shove the river. I don't think he's ever going to just give up king high.
But way too tough for Pidon to call there. It was 7,800.
And then from spike to 9 on the end in this hand. So she's gone check. Gruissem opened the 7. I don't know if Ephraim peeled the button. And he's overbet the pot. He's bet 1,600. I mean, I think
into a €1,000 pot.
Might see Gruissem call it. He might just put him on the queen jack, king jack suited, those kind of hands. I mean, again, this is a weird pot because the 9 doesn't really change anything. Yeah, I think we're going to see a call. Yeah, we did.
And it turned out to be a super bet.
Yes.
He disguised it as a bluff with the big bet, and Gruissem pays him off with ace high.
When Gruissem sees that, he was not going to expect him to have 9-7 off on the button, I imagine. What's with Gruissem's moustache? Is that a thing in Europe? Well, you say this. Actually, I came into commentary booth yesterday, and I was surprised by Finn's moustache. I've never seen him with a moustache before. He's got one quite similar.
Who? Philip?
No, you.
I don't have a moustache, Jonty.
I was just trying to...
Jonty is taking his tablets. And
I'm just trolling the chat.
So Gruissem now is playing under the gun with the 9-6.
Not the most premium of holdings. And there's been... Is this right? Is Gruissem open to 400? Is this a double straddle? I don't know. Oh, what's going on? And a 3-bet with the ace.
It looks like Gruissem has raised to 400.
I don't think it has. He's only got 100 chip. I think Ephraim maybe open. I'm so confused what's happening. So. Either way, it looks like it's been a 3-bet, and Pidon has peeled the 3-bet from the cold call the 3-bet from the small with the queen 9 of hearts. I mean,
and this is dangerous.
This is dangerous.
I think
and Zek
is going to just check this flop. He's hit it so hard.
I think he's going to.
It's a rainbow board, and he's continuing.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see Pidon check jam this because of the pot size. He's thinking he's going to miss this board a lot.
He has a 10 to hit for a straight.
He's just peeled.
And he's called 1,000.
He's literally bet 30% of pot on the turn there, on the flop. There's 3,500 going to the flop.
Pidden has 7 and a bit behind.
It's kind of awkward.
And this is our chip leader on the table, 33,000 behind.
I think Zex is going to bet 2,200 here. I think he's going to make it small. He's about 28. 18.
And it's begging for a
I think he's going to bet small. Yeah, he has bet small.
1,900.
He wants to make it look like that Pidden could jam and he might fold. I don't think Pidden's going to take the bait. I think he's going to realise. Hand's no good. And this is the problem.
He's going for it.
Is he just peeling?
And
I
that's
think,
a raise. No?
No, I think it's just a call. I think he's thinking.
That's
if Zek has
1900
ace
call.
king, then he's betting like the right price.
And now
I don't
he's
really know.
moving in regardless of what comes.
I mean, that's pretty. Well, that's a bad move for Pidden.
And he moves all in. And he's going to see
He's
the
gonna
bad
get a
news.
very quick goal. Yeah, there we go.
And that's been a quick 20k for Pidden.
I hope he's back. I'm sure he will.
Oh, 100%. I believe he will. And I think regardless of what came on the river there, I think Pidden was always moving in, Jonty.
Yeah.
And
Maybe. But, I mean, I guess that's maybe how he'd think he'd play tonight, although he shouldn't. Well,
he actually thought he was good when he spiked the queen.
I mean, you're going to get yourself in situations like this if you cold call 3-bets out of position to the entire table with Queen 9 of Hearts. And I think it was over 10% of his stack.
And he's up to 45k, this kid.
And I think he's rebought for another. Is that another 20k?
It looks like 20k. And the whites are hundreds, the purples are monkeys.
The blacks are 5k, are they?
Blacks, the dark chips are 5k.
Yeah, I think it's another 20k.
And Des Ben, you've heard that King's Poker will be streaming cash games in the Rio.
I think they might be.
Don't know.
I think
Streaming.
there's some kind of deal, I believe.
I know they have sponsored the cash room there, the high roller
I
cash room.
think they're going to be doing something. I read something this morning on Poker. Maybe it's Poker High Stakes Database. I think it was. I read something somewhere.
Well, I'm going to find that more about that at the break and update you. I do know that
They've definitely done some kind of deal with some in the, is it the Rio?
Poker Central.
I don't know. I think Kings have done a deal with the Rio or something.
Well, they have a deal with the Rio, yeah, with the
deal with the
WSOP,
WSOP
where
already,
they've
yeah.
sponsored the high stakes cash room. There was a cash game there last night, and Daniel Coleman and Magic Antonio and Neon himself. I think it was a 500, 1,000 Hold'em game, I
Small
believe.
game then, yeah.
So I didn't know they were going to do any streaming from there, but I will find out for you. Right now we're watching a 100-100 Hold'em game from Kings.
Which looks like this hand has been sold to 400.
And Pidden,
Or is he
who's
just raised?
reloaded for 20 grand. He's playing the 8-6 of spades and he's on the straddle. And
He's made it 1600. I like that size. That's a nice size.
it's a raise here.
He's in position as well to everyone. I quite like this spot. I mean, I think people might. Oh, he actually got it through. I think he might be more likely to get action just because people think he might be tilting. Although he doesn't look like he is.
A very vastly experienced player.
Where you from, man? Russia. Russia? Yeah.
Ah, Paluska.
And Dev can hold on his own.
You played in Sochi?
We're playing 5-handed now, but we will have more players to join.
5 days. And did you win? No, actually I lost.
Beat Bubba talking about the taxation in.
Time ever.
Russia for the players.
It sounds like,
It sounds like Finland as well. I actually spoke to someone from Norway today who said he's not going to the WSOP because of the tax.
And this is our Russian friend who's playing 8s and he's raised it to 600. And it's folded around to
Ephraim's peeled the
Pidden,
small blind, and then
who's definitely calling.
Pidden's peeled the straddle, hasn't he?
And Ephraim is in there also. So we're going to go 3-way here, Jonty. And the 8s is not in the lead anymore. 2 pair now for Pidden.
I actually kind of feel sorry for Pidden in this box. He's really not going to get paid. Or he might get paid now, actually. Ephraim's turned the
Ephraim
double
has
clutch up.
the draw, but 2 have his cards. Devon is holding. Devon folds. And Ephraim might call here with a double gutter, an 8 or a queen for a straight.
He's getting nearly 3-1, but he needs 5-1 to call. And he makes the correct fold. Also, he probably doesn't have many implied odds in this situation, because if he hits an 8 or a queen, he's unlikely
4
to
cards
get
to the
paid.
straight, he's hardly getting paid.
We've got a load of people tuning in now. Hello to everyone tuning in now. We're in King's Casino in Rozvadov.
Rozvadov, the Czech Republic, right on the border here. And it's an hour and a bit from Prague Airport. And it's the same hand again for a Russian friend here.
Back-to-back 8s, back-to-back Snowman.
And Philip Gruissem, the German
Just peeling the 8.
super high roller champion.
See, this is the thing of what this live games just play so differently, I think. And we've got some hands now. We're getting a nice 5-way flop. Devkin currently in the lead with 8.
And
Zek's in pretty good shape with 2 overcards here.
with the Jack 10.
Piddon's hand's nice as well, isn't it? The ace of spades. Are we going to see another spade? No. So Gruissem's actually got the best hand here on ace king 7, and you wouldn't expect him really to get that much action. He probably does check just for pot control, just because with 5 ways as well. He might not think he's got the best hand.
And it's checked around to Gruissem now.
Looks like he's going to bet now.
And he puts in a small feeler bet. It's a 1,000 into a 1,500 pot.
And you expect it, I think you're just going to take this down.
And Devkin from Russia folds the 8s.
And you hear in the background the sounds like the main event blinds are now to 500, 1,000. Just an absolutely amazing structure for the main event for the 1 mil guarantee.
It's
been running for, I think this is now level 4, and if you buy now you'll still have 100 big blinds. It's a 100k start stack with $1 million guaranteed.
And also this evening a 1-day tournament, 100 buy-in, 50,000 guaranteed for a 1-day 100 buy-in.
I will definitely be playing this.
And what a score for a player on the small to medium bankroll. They can buy in for €100,
yeah,
walk away with 10k plus after 1 day's work.
I can't think of anywhere I've played a tournament like that. I mean, the only similarity is online poker, which obviously you get the whole live experience here, and the place is buzzing as well. The atmosphere is amazing. I would much rather be playing it here than online.
Absolutely.
And we've got a 4-way pot now. It's limped as well, isn't it? I think. Well, I think it's straddled and limped. Good flop for Devkin.
Devkin is up and down.
That queen comes. Could get costly.
And a 9 will create a lot of action also.
Ephraim's got a double go at 5 as well. So it's the made hand. It's Gruissem's betting versus the 2 draws. And I think Piddon will probably fold the... Has he raised it? He's raised. Ephraim's raised the double go. That's actually... I like this play a lot. His hand is so disguised as well. Say a 5 comes, or a 9. I mean, he's less likely to get paid than a 9, but if 5 comes, he's going to get paid. I think Devkin will probably call here as well, because he...
Devkin is up and down.
Although the price he's getting is not great, actually. Looking at it. He's only getting 1.5 to 1. Although he might think his overcard's good if he hits that as well, which it would be.
It's a little bit of an overraise. It's a great bet because it draws out all these hands that are drawing.
I mean, I think Gruissem might figure this out. No, maybe not. I mean, when players tend to raise these dry flops, it's quite a dry board, 10-4-8 rainbow.
And the up and down straight, you wouldn't call in that position, Jonty.
Jack 9. I mean, you've got to think that if he calls, the pot's going to be 7k and your stack's going to be about 17k. And then you're probably going to have to fold the turn.
And how often are your overcards not good in that situation?
Yeah, I mean, I don't... I mean, maybe this is why I create action. I'm a skeptic. When people raise those 10-4-8 rainbow boards, I look at my hand, see ace high and think, yeah, I'm going to call it because these guys are in a different league though. I mean, it's hard to see what people are actually raising on that board apart from sets. And if you had a set on that board, why would you raise it so dry? You're not going to get that much action. But, I mean, it worked out perfectly for Ephraim.
Ephraim, yeah, but it's interesting that we're seeing Ephraim's bet sizes.
Yeah.
They're quite... He tends to overbet.
Yeah, they're quite polarised, aren't they?
Yeah.
He bets really big or he doesn't bet at all.
And we've seen Philip pay him off with an overbet on the river a couple of hands ago.
Ace high, yeah.
I really don't know much about this kid, but he's holding his own so far. But let's see how it progresses. And again, it's the same story here. It's Pidon on the button with the 8-6, and he's hit a pair here. And that's a good shot with backdoor diamonds for Devkin.
I imagine Pidon's
And it's going to go bet call here.
Yeah, definitely. He's got backdoor diamonds, and he can also turn like a double gutter on a queen. Well, queen or an ace. And his king is probably live most of the time. Let alone the fact he can actually turn a straight with a redraw.
So as you can see by the percentages, even though Devkin has no pair, but now
he's probably going to.
He's completely missed, but it's gone check, check. So Pidon has given him a free card, and it's the queen. And can Devkin pull the trigger again
If
here?
Devkin can pull the trigger here, I think this might get through. It's very likely that he can have a queen in his hand. I think he has to bet small though.
It's 3.5 grand out there. Devkin did show Pidon his bluff not too long ago.
He did. So actually, yeah, maybe this isn't such a good spot to bluff.
And he checks, and the pair of eights is going to check back.
Called it perfectly.
And Pidon is going to breathe a sigh of relief.
He finally won a pot.
He's won a pot. He's in for 40 grand so far.
I think that's the first pot he might have won as well.
And look at Zek, 25k profit, Gruissem 4k profit, and the big loser so far, Pidon.
I think Zek's won every hand he's played, and Pidon's lost basically every hand he's played.
Not a great start, but the pace of these games, it changes quite rapidly, so anything can happen in the space of a short time. And these straddles normally escalate as time goes on. We are expecting additional players to join, so do stay with us. You're watching 100 Cash Kings. We're live from Rozvadov. We're in the Centre Europe here. We're on the Prague-Czech border, the Czech-German border. My name is Fintan Gavin. We're in the middle of a party poker festival, and my guest here is Jonty from the UK, who's given us some real good expert analysis.
I don't think it's expert analysis.
Jonty, we're so happy to have you. Thank you very much for joining us.
I'm enjoying being here too. It's
And
a lot of fun. And it's good fun to watch these stakes and to watch these. Well, some of the best players in the world playing poker, going after each other.
And Pidon now trying to get something going.
Oh, yeah,
Involved
but his
again.
second
He
pot.
takes down a small pot. And we're missing a few players. We're missing Ephraim. We're missing Pidon, obviously. And we do have another player. I don't have their name now for seat 1.
Oh, there's actually some other stacks on the table. Is that? That might mean that. I mean, have those players already bought chips? Because there's a dead stack there. There's a dead stack there as well. Look.
A stack
Reserved,
out
yeah.
is an indication that a player is joining.
It's got the reserve button as well, isn't it?
And it's Pidon again and Gruissem. Same story, Jonty.
Gruissem's raised the button, and Pidon has peeled the straddle. I think there's almost a regular straddle to 200 now.
It was a 200 straddle. It was a race to 700. And both have missed backdoor hearts for Gruissem. And Gruissem's going to continue here, I'd imagine. No, he ups the check.
That's some good turn cards for him. That isn't one of them. I mean, Gruissem might actually check him back. I'm surprised Gruissem hasn't stopped at this.
And the 2 changes nothing, so it's check, check
He
here.
probably thinks that Pidon's range is really, really wide and he's going to have a load of this board because he's peeled the straddle. So I don't think he's actually expected to win over here. Yeah.
King high takes it down.
The 2 Germans engaging in battle. I've learned that word since I've been here, the word for king. Is it Königer?
I'm not versed in German, Jonty, so you'll have to teach me. And Pidon now 15k down.
You know,
He's
there's-
clawing his way back a little bit.
Zek winning 25,000, and you'll notice that the math doesn't quite add up. That's because we did have a player, Mehmet, who unfortunately lost a 50-50 with 7s versus Ace Jack versus Gruissem to lost the cash game.
Tinganello winner.
And this is Ephraim here, and he's just going to flat the raise of 400 from Gruissem. And it's going to go two-way. Ephraim has position, but he's completely outkicked. And backdoor clubs, backdoor straight for Ephraim.
I think this is going to go check.
Also a backdoor straight for Gruissem, and it's been checked here. That's a good card for Ephraim.
Yeah, Ephraim might bet here. Well, I think Gruissem's going to win this spot. After Ephraim's checked back, I can't imagine he's just going to bluff the river. Yeah, I think he thinks he's good.
Der Schauspieler. Ich sage diese mal Schauspieler.
What do you make of Ephraim, Jonty?
Bravo.
Would you not?
I don't know. He's a bit of a wild card. I think he knows where he's at.
I
think
know
he's
if that
playing
was
well.
Pidham there on the button, he certainly would have a stab at that pot.
Yeah, probably. I don't know, but then he. Yeah, I mean to be fair, he hasn't actually bluffed yet. We've not seen him bluffing at all. Well, apart from the double gutter. Yeah, it was a semi-bluff. It would have been interesting to see what would have happened if Gruissem would have called when he check raised to 3k. Oh, we're going to see a pot now with Ephraim.
And it's Ephraim with the aces.
And is he's just limped on the gun. He's and
This is remarkable.
Devkin's 5x. Surely Ephraim's not going to raise it. Gruissem calls.
And Gruissem calls. Gruissem obviously has an ace of diamonds or a 2
Or
to
a
go with
2,
that
yeah.
2. So
And here comes
he's going to
the
re-raise
back
here. But
I don't really like this
I
raise.
think the cat's out of the bag, so to speak. It's going to
Yeah,
be.
I just don't think he's going to get any action.
He's going to
especially
turn
with
his
the stack
cards up
sizes.
because
Yeah.
everyone knows he is a monster.
Yeah. I can't actually. I don't think I've ever done that. I made this play, but I think it's because everyone does it with aces.
How hard is it for Ephraim in that spot after Philip calls
I think you just
the
have to call.
5 bet to call the 1,000 and you're pricing in Pidham then and you're going 4 ways with your aces?
I literally would prefer to do that than back rows. I think this is obviously my personal preference. I just don't think people ever have a bluffing range there. Like Ephraim is never bluffing in that spot when he does that ever.
I think a choice move would be to min raise, so you're straight away you're definitely getting Pidham out,
Yeah.
and there's a possibility of getting the Russian out because Philip has to act after him, so his stack's at risk.
Again, I just think limp re-raising there is just literally turning your cards up. I know that when I first started playing, I used to do it, but I also used to do it with hands like Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited.
Our hand 7-2 deuce is a great hand to do it with.
7-2 as well, yeah. Yeah, I guess 7-2 is a good hand to do it. But the thing is, I think everyone I play with a lot obviously knows that I never ever do that ever. So they'd be like,
Highly suspicious.
maybe I should start doing it again. It'd make for some interesting hands, especially if I had a lot of bluffs. I probably would have a lot of bluffs. Tried to bluff someone with 7 deuce earlier as well, that didn't work out. So, gonna take a break from that.
He's proven to be a bit of a character, this guy. Ephraim. And he's flat called here with the 9-7.
He seems to be playing quite loose passive, really.
His bet sizing is certainly not standard. He's varying it quite a lot. And we just seen him do a limp re-raise there. And now Pidham has hit pocket 8, but Zek has him out-kicked with the queen 8. But there is a king on the board and 2 diamonds. So it's going to go check, check, check.
Oh,
And Pidham has said no free cards, and he's bet out his second pair.
and Zek's definitely called it. Yeah, he's called it already. And now they're chopping the pot. Zek can win with a queen. Other than that, we're going to see a chop pot. Unless someone gets bluffed off. And now
We're definitely going to
it's
see some
gonna
kind
go
of
back
value
roll.
here
Yeah, it's going to go back roll. Oh,
in the hope that someone's on the diamonds, because the
I mean,
diamonds have come
I'd be so surprised if Pidham didn't bet here. Wow.
and decides against it, and it chopped pot. Zek and Pidham. And for the benefit of viewers who've just recently joined us, you're watching a live cash game from Kings in Rozvadov. This is a No Limit Holdem session. We're going to be with you for the next few hours. Fintan Gavin is my name, and I'm joined by Jonty from the UK. So pleased to have you with me here, Jonty. And tell us about your plans for the next couple of weeks, Jonty. Have any festivals planned, or what's in store for you?
So I'm obviously here in Rozvadov for the Party Poker Million. So
Are you playing the main event?
I am playing the main event tomorrow. There's an abundance of side events and cash action, and I've already been getting very involved. I probably literally played like 7 hours of poker already today. The cash tables.
And you haven't even started.
And I've not even
Your
started
tournament
playing
hasn't even started yet.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Well, no, it has. There's a side event. I think it's a €100 side event with a 50k guarantee, so I'm playing that tonight. I'm going to play the main event tomorrow. If I don't do so well, which I am used to, I don't know. There's another side event on tomorrow. There's a day one. I think it's €165 for a 100k guarantee, and there's 3-day ones for that. There's obviously, I think it's the second live day one. I think the second live day one for the 1 mil main event tomorrow. But then there's another turbo day
You're
one.
playing that live.
I'm playing the main
one,
event,
yeah.
and then if I bust that, I might play the 165 side event, or I might play. There's another satellite with 26 tomorrow, and you can use it for the 8 max or the Party Poker Million. There's an 8 max, a 1k 8 max with a 200k guarantee, and then I think there's another event on Sunday. There's so many events. I'm going to be playing poker.
Look at this, Jonty, and Pidden on the wrong end again.
So I imagine, has Pidden check called the flop?
Well, no, there was a bet call.
What,
Pidden
Pidden didn't lead. I think, was it straddled? It must have been straddled to be this big.
There
We
was
missed the action here.
there was a bet on the flop,
I don't think Pidden would have opened this. I think he's definitely going to.
and look who it is. It's Devkin with the nuts, but it's Pidden with top pair.
Again, I think we're going to see Pidden call turn fold river again. The stack sizes are slightly different this time.
It's 1800 bet.
I think
It's a flat call.
I mean, a 5 would be disastrous.
And Pidden drawing dead.
I mean, that's a bit of an action.
It's a great card for Pidden
It saves Pidden.
because it brings the flush and 4 cards to the straight. Now he does have, if he decides to get frisky, he has the ace of diamonds, and that's what he's trying to represent, the nut flush. I don't think it's going to get through because he's not nearly putting Devkin on a hand as strong as he is. But Devkin now is in the spot of bother, but he's certainly calling here, Jonty.
He's going to tank. He's going to. I think he might. I don't know. I don't think.
It's 3,700 bet,
The question is, do you think he plays a queen like this? Oh,
and it's a pretty quick call. And Pidden is on the wrong side of everything. This Russian is smashing his way around the table, and he's given Pidden such a hard time. And now Pidden back down to over 21,500 minus. And things not going well. He flopped top pair. Devkin,
Ping, they got shot on the turn.
bang. And then the diamond came, and Piddu had the ace of diamonds. He tried to rep the flush.
Which wasn't to be. Wasn't getting through. And if you heard a bit of disturbance there, my girlfriend just came looking at me because she thinks she thought I'd already busted the tournament that started an hour ago. That's how confident she's in my ability.
And Ephraim here with a squeeze play on the button. But look at Pidun has the jacks, and he's going to re-raise, is he, with the jacks? But this will shut down the action.
He's just going to fall back call off here. And the thing is...
And Gruissem has gone with the queen high,
and
I think Ephraim is going to bow out with the ace 4.
I mean, Ephraim's got some moves in, man, really. We've seen the 3 with the ace 4 off on the button. I like that. It's a shame that Pidden had a hand. It would have been interesting to see what the outcome of that hand.
And this is a No Limit Holdem. Blinds are 100, 100. There is a straddle to 200 at times, but not in this hand. Gruissem first to act.
Nitty fold there with the Queen 5 of spades.
And how often has the 8s been dealt at this table? It's
I know.
Zek's turn.
Feels like every hand, doesn't it? Oh, and Pidden's got the 9s now.
And
The Zek's raised with the 8s. Pidden's called with the 9s. And we've got Devkin in the big blind. He might take a spot here. No, he just peels
he
with the
peels a
ace-10 of
flop.
hearts. And ace-10 hearts is actually in a really good shape. Ephraim comes along with the 4-3 suit after limping pre-flop. Ace-10 hearts is in pretty
Ace
good
10
shape
of
here.
hearts is in good shape, really. If it hits, it's way ahead. But
Again, we're not going to see too much action on this flop. We're probably going to see check round on the flop, I imagine.
backdoor diamonds for Pidden. And that's a good card
That's a
for
good
Pidden.
card. He's going to get some money off Zek now. Sure. And he's gone for a small bet as well. He's bet 800, so he's bet 40% pot. So he's definitely going to get looked at up here by Zek. Especially having just shown that bluff. I hope that we get like a 3 on the river and Pidden goes for like big value. It'd be good to see. I mean, that's
we're going to see action here
that's
now.
even better.
That's the best possible card for
I
Pidden.
hope he goes big.
So he's putting Zek on a 6 or 7s or 8s.
I mean, I think he should have gone big there. He's only bet 1700. He's
It
bet
looks
like
like
just less than half
18
pot.
or 1900. 1800.
He's just bet half pot. I mean, I think he should definitely have gone bigger there. Yeah, he might even get looked up like by his high if he bets bigger in this spot.
Zek is tanking here.
Especially because he called pre-flop.
Does Zek put Pidden on a 6
and raise for
and it's
value?
going to raise for value here? I mean, it's...
I don't think so. I mean, he might do. I don't know if he gets called though. He was the initial raise as well, so you've got to remember that. He probably doesn't get called. He does raise. Oh,
and
he
it's a
has.
raise.
He has gone for a raise.
And this is huge. But Pidden's never folding here, surely, Jonty.
No, surely not.
But it's
Although-
a strong move.
Again, Pidden might be,
4,500.
and the way Pidden's been playing, I can't see his control. Although he might start to get to that point where he just feels beat up every hand. No, there
And
you
he
go.
calls.
That'd be quite cool.
And this is a great boost for Pidden.
Yeah.
Because it's a pretty big pot. It's 12.5 grand. It gives him almost 7,000 profit.
That raise is pretty. I mean, I can see why you'd raise that for sure. The thing is as well, Pidden only flatted pre-flop, so you'd expect him, especially when you've seen him 3-bet in. You've seen him 3-bet jacks a couple of times now, cold 4-bet jacks. You'd expect him to maybe 3-bet 10s. So there's literally a very small amount of hands you're going to get called by that are.
That are weaker.
Yeah, that are bet. It's going to be a very. No, there's very few hands you're going to get called by when you raise the river that are going to be better than your hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah, good point. Good point.
You expect him to
And that's
3-bet.
probably
10s
the only
plus.
hand, really,
Yeah,
that.
probably.
I mean, as you say,
Apart from a king,
10s.
and then he's going to re-raise the king anyway, so. I like it.
Pidden had 10s or better. He's certainly re-raising pre-flop. And we see a smile back in his face now. He's a good character, this guy. He's in every single pot
He's in
here.
every pot. And he's losing
On the button with the
30,000
king
now.
2.
And that's the first time Zek's lost. And Gruissem's got queens here. Surely we're going to see a squeeze from the big blind here.
Pidden has made it 500 on the button. Suited king.
A raise to 1,700. 1,800.
1800.
Ephraim gets out of it with a 6-3. And Pidden might call. Yeah, he is. He likes that button.
He likes the action, Pidden. He's drawing very slim. He needs to spike a king. He has the clubs, obviously.
Queen high T clubs. Can we get one of them? Not today. I think we're going to see a bet in a fold.
And it's not the worst flop, Jonty, for pocket queens.
No. But
7-8
it
deuce.
can also be quite a good flop for Pidden's range here if he's going to peel 7s, 8s, like 9-10 suited, Jack 10 suited.
And Gruissem checking here.
I like this
And
play quite a lot.
Pidden's going to check back with his pair. Peel another card. Oh, that's bingo.
There we go.
Bang, bang. Two
I mean,
pair.
Pidden's going to be seeing dollar signs now. I mean, I don't think he's going to get 2 streets out of it. I think he might just get 1.
And Phil is going to check again with that king, but he's certainly paying off at least one bet.
I think he's probably going to bet turn. Yeah, he's going to bet turn, check fold river, I think. Or unless it's a really bricky river like an 8 or 7, a 2.
And Pidden just needs the flat call here.
Yeah. Where
He's
he's gonna
smart enough to do that. And
I think Gruissem's going to check fold over here. Yeah, he's definitely checked.
it's a bad card. Brings the straight.
I mean, the way that Piddon's been playing every pot, like it feels like that maybe they all think that he's at it all the time. Yeah, and like
Philip hoping for a check.
Piddon's going to bet like 5-6k here for sure. Oh, just short of 5, I think. 48. I mean, what's running through Phil's head now is he can have missed hearts. There you go. Flush draw, he said at the same time.
Missed hearts, he's beating.
But I think he's still going to find the right fold.
And like, I mean, the only thing he's really beating is like ace 7, ace 8, and Piddon is never betting ace 7, ace 8
No.
there.
No, he's just going to check back. Hope he's beating ace queen.
But it is Piddon who's
It is
involved in
Piddon.
every single hand, and
Sometimes it's just hard to believe when you just see a guy winning every fight he does. You can't possibly have it again.
Philip did disguise the strength of his hand, but
Yeah,
he
by taking
makes
the
a really good fold there.
Yeah, I called it right.
Eine 7 oder 6 muss jetzt zeigen. Hast das?
9.
And he's getting back into this game, Piddon. He was down 25k.
Now he's only losing 8k now.
He's turning things around. Zek, 20k in profit. And that brings Gruissem in the negative.
Gruissem and Ephraim losing about just under 3k.
And this guy, this Russian guy, Devkin, I really like the look of this guy. He's made some really good moves.
He has.
And none better than that ship on the river.
Yeah, that was good. That was
A
good to
really
watch.
quality move.
Yeah, we're hoping he was going to make it. And he got the fold as well.
And he
It's
got
always nice to see a nice bluff get through. Okay, Vince, this is in Rozvadov. We're here in the Czech Republic on the Czech-German border.
They call it the Vegas of Europe.
And I completely understand that now. I'm here for the first time, and it is absolutely amazing. It's huge.
24/7 action. Huge spread of cash games. Several tournaments every day.
Piddon's just called 1400 with the 4-5 off. Get yourself down here, guys. There's a couple of seats available still.
And we've almost 5k in the pot for pre-flop. And Gruissem has hit that hard, but
I mean, I think Piddon's going to fold this board.
Zek
but
has
Zek
a
might stick
good shot.
around.
Backdoor diamonds.
Backdoor diamonds, never.
Gruissem's going to bet it out. And can you see Zek continuing here?
I think he's bet 2500. Is it? I don't think
It's
he's
too
gonna
big.
fold this much.
And it's a good bet because it's 1500 actually.
He's at. Oh, is it 50? Look like.
And Piddon now is playing just one pair with the really bad kicker, and he's just going to give it up.
I think if Piddon hadn't been behind Zach then, I think he might have called.
If Zach would have called, if Piddon
Piddon
had
wasn't behind him,
folded,
maybe, yeah.
And
I
it
mean,
was
A-side boards are pretty good flops to float because people oversee about those balls for sure. They continue on those balls. Well, obviously, you'd understand why people would continue on those balls. Plus, he has a gut shot to the nuts as well. So Gruissem just edging into the profit there at Zek and Piddon's expense.
and this Russian guy in seed A, Devkin, is playing 7-4 now in the cutoff. He's about 3.5 grand in the profit.
Yeah, I think Gruissem's going to fold the 5-3 up here. And is this going to be the battle of the straddles? No, yes it is. Ephraim's made it 700 from the small. Zek has just called with the ace-jack off, and Piddon's come along with the king-6. Piddon in position here. And we get a king in the window, and an ace in there
And
as well.
it's bad news for Piddon
It is bad news for Piddon, I think,
because
he's going to take
Zek
a stab
has under-repped the value of his hand. He just flattered with the ace-jack,
And I think Pinnen's probably just going to bet one street here and give up.
It's quite reasonable for Pidden to bet this out.
Yeah, Pinnen can definitely think he's got the best hand.
And
Sure.
Zach just flat calls, and I love this flat call.
Zach's made the call.
He's backdoor nut flush also.
No six.
It's a bit of an action killer, this 10, but it does bring a straight draw also, and it goes check, check, and that's a made straight for Zach.
I mean, we were looking for the 6 of spades on the turn. That was the G card.
Straße auch noch.
And Zach's going to take that hand. 4 Germans at this table now.
And we are expecting Rob Young, Dusseldon owner, high stakes cash game player, to join us very soon. For our recent viewers who've just come on board, this is a live cash game. We're broadcasting live from Kings Casino. We're in the middle of the Party Poker Live Festival. It's $1 million guaranteed for the main event. That's 1,000 buy-in. That's started already. There is another buy-in day tomorrow if you are free and interested in playing. There's several side events. Jonty, tell me about the schedule of events on that program.
Well, there's the main event and there's 2 more day ones left after today. In fact, you can still get in today, I think. There's a long late registration and there's a really good structure. But there's 2 more day ones for the main event. It's 1,100 euros for $1 million guaranteed. There's a side event tonight, 50k guaranteed for 110 euros. I'm pretty sure there's one. I think there might be a 2-day comp. A 2-day tournament is 165 euros for 100k guaranteed. And then there's another 1,100 euro 8-max event, which has got a guarantee of 200,000, I believe. And then I think there might even be I think there's another one as well.
There's a 2k running at the moment with 200 guaranteed.
2k. I don't know. I think the PLO finished early this morning. And if you've seen, Pidden has just got there against Zach. And Zach is value betting tiny. I think he's bet 300. It's almost like blocker betting. 400. And Pidden snap made it 1,500. I think he might call here. Yeah, he's going to call. He's going to call because he has to think he has to have 2 pair plus to raise this river, and he actually does have 2 pair in this situation. But I don't think he thinks. I think if he thinks if Pidden has an ace, he's just going to call. So when he raises, he thinks, well, this doesn't make sense. I think he just went. I mean, obviously, we missed the hand we're talking about the events. But no, there's a load of events this weekend. I think there actually might be an 80 euro 30k as well.
I've seen that, yeah, 80 euro.
I don't know if that's on a Monday or Sunday. I think it might be Monday. Literally, there is fantastic events every day to play. There is cash around the clock. I came here at 10 o'clock this morning. I was here. 10 o'clock the local time, and there was a nice 2-5 game going, so I jumped straight in that.
And that's what I love about this place. You come in, you might wake early for breakfast, and you saunter into the restaurant, and you have a quick peek out into the poker room, and there's always action. And especially at these games, you'll get several games when it's busy.
So bad for me, because I just came in, I was like, oh, I need to get some breakfast. I'll just see if there's any games running. Before you know, I'm sat playing 2-5.
Can't help yourself.
Forgot breakfast. Breakfast got out the window, so we had to sit out for a bit later to go get some. In fact, I've not eaten. I still haven't eaten since breakfast.
Doesn't surprise me.
Too much action. And then a wild PLO game appeared, so we jumped in that. That didn't end so well for us though. And so here, I think Zach has opened the button with the Jack-8 of hearts, and he's c-betting the 4-5-5 board. It's a very good board for him to c-bet.
But Ephraim is sticking around with his gut shot and backdoor spades.
And about 1,000 into 2,000, about half par. I mean, I think Ephraim's just going to check fold turn now. Zach will definitely bet again here, just because he doesn't think his Jack-Guy's going to have very much showdown value, and that Ephraim might call him with ace-highs on the flop, which has to fold this turn. I think that's what's going to happen here, even though they aren't necessarily the hands. Yeah, I think that's what's going to go through Zach's head. And story checks out.
And Zach is the winner today. That's the scoreboard, 20k in profit. And
Not bad for an hour's work.
Ephraim is down 5 now. Devkin up 3. And Pidden, who was down 25k at one stage, has now worked his way back. And I'm just admiring that beautiful leg in the screen, Jonty.
Oh really? There's been people in the chat asking if it's yours, you know. Here we go, look, Finton, is that your legs in the corner of the screen, the long shot?
We're live here in Kings Casino. Thank you for joining us.
Finton has better shaped legs on that.
And we've been asked a few questions in the chat about the Kings Poker Room over in Vegas. There is a Kings Lounge. It's a high stakes cash game area in the Rio, and we will get confirmation Will
We're
they
gonna
be
find
live
out.
streaming from there? Because that's the rumor. I'll get confirmation of that very shortly. I know there was a huge game there last night, a 500-1,000 game with Magic Antonio, Daniel Coleman, and King's owner Leon Surkinik, who came fourth in the super high roller. That's a full house for Gruissem
That
as
is a
we're
full
talking.
house.
And Devkin might be a good card actually for Devkin because it reduces the value of his
I don't
two
know.
pair.
I think Devkin's going to call here. I think it looks like too good a card for Gruissem to have. I think he's definitely going to call one more here. I think he's going to be more likely to fold 8, 9s, and 10s.
Devkin's still live to a jack here, even though Gruissem has made a full boat, 7s over kings, and he bets it out, and it's 1,400.
Yeah, I definitely think Devkin.
This guy has really impressed me so far, this Devkin guy.
He has played very well. Nice folding. Great fold. Yeah, Devkin's playing very well. I don't think he's got a foot wrong. But, like I said earlier, I don't think we can see that many mistakes. And we have seen people making the correct folds, making the right folds, and that's what people don't realise. That's what the problem is in tough games. You maybe not notice people getting out of line, but you just don't get paid when you have the hands, and they just kind of know. It's like Gruissem with those queens earlier. There's only one overcard, and they went check on the flop, and he still managed to find the fold in the river when he had
Brilliant, quality play.
and
How often?
that's exactly.
Especially against a loose cannon like Pidon. I mean, how often does an opponent convince themselves, a competitor convince themselves they're good here? This guy's just barreling off in position, you know.
I mean, I think that's what definitely distinguishes these players, and I think that's what people always say. This like it's not how much you win. It's about losing the least.
That's a really good point, and
I think that's definitely what separates.
damage limitation a lot of times at these games, and the cards are running against you. They're running against you, and
It's about
you know
knowing
it's a
when to
matter
fold.
of, as you say, losing the very minimum when you are losing. And
No, I think that's definitely
doesn't
what
strike me.
separates these
Pidon doesn't strike me as a guy that's the top of his priority list, losing the minimum. He strikes me as a guy who just wants to get in there and gamble it up and try and run over a table.
And what have we seen here? Double straddle by Pidon with Queen. A raise in the small blind with 8, 9 of clubs. What's happened here? It's Ephraim peeled the big blind, and then the under the gun, who was the original straddle, he's folded, and then Pidon's folded the big as well. So both Queen 5s come out the way, but Ephraim has decided to peel the 10 4 diamonds, probably thinking that he's actually got the best hand.
He's ahead.
But I think he's
And the
probably
ace
thinking.
king is a great card for Gruissem because
Yeah, he's just going to see that takes
he's made the action.
I think Ephraim would have called that thinking the two guys behind him were going to call as well. Thinking that Zach and Pidon were going to flick it in as well, and he's going to get a decent price. So yeah, he's right out of there. And I think I hear Rob Young's voice ordering his standard red wine.
And that is Rob. And he's taking
There
a
he
seat in between Zek
Fintan, those your
and
legs.
Pidon.
Your hair's looking very nice today.
And this game is going to heat up, guys, believe me.
Looks like Rob's
Not
up
sure
with
what
at
Rob's stack
least
is, but that's a
40.
big. It looks like 50k to me.
Yeah, I lost a massive 200 grand pot to him.
The last couple of minutes, huh?
At age 4.
And this guy's played big.
And Rob was just talking about a 200 grand pot he lost.
Also went for 100k.
He's on for 100k, yeah.
Check, I bet, check, I bet, check, I bet, it goes all in. He was like tilted, so I just thought he would make that move and block us.
I think I took him out a PLA pot.
He played green.
From last night, yeah.
Where, obviously, I think Rob said he felt like he's had some of the blockers.
First night, lost like 120 last night.
There you go.
Still one pot.
Some big money getting exchanged in these games.
Yeah, come on.
That's sound of it.
A few times actually.
And it's only the beginning of the weekend, Jonty. It's going to get
It's
even
only
more
going to get bigger,
ferocious.
especially when people are losing. No one end the trip losing.
The room is buzzing out there. And
It's fantastic atmosphere. And Rob's straight in the action. Look at that.
2,000 raise.
Raised up with the 7-eye to 2,000. And Ephraim's definitely not folding.
Ephraim calls. And Pidon is here with the ace deuce.
Look at that, the very first time.
And the ace deuce is actually ahead. And that's a good flop for the king queen. It's a good shot.
I mean, and there we go.
But if Rob continues here, he'll probably get it through.
Nah, I think Ephraim definitely. Oh, Ephraim might just get it in.
It's a 3,000 continuation bet. And Pidden with
Pidden
the...
wants to call here just because he has the ace of hearts, but he's going to
If
fold.
he had the 2 of hearts to go with that ace, he's certain to be staying around.
Pidden calls here, he's probably, yeah, he's probably
Now he
gonna
needs
win.
to put these remaining chips in,
I want
regardless
to
of
see
what
an 8 on
comes.
the turn and Rob just chuck it in. I mean,
And he needs to put his chips in here.
I don't think he will do.
And it's a check fold here. Rob is not giving up.
You don't think?
And look at this.
Look at this.
This
First time
is
of the game. Fantastic.
7 high. And that's what you get with Rob Young, guys.
Trigger again, guys.
I think he's won the pot.
Desperate.
Rob said he's desperate. Look at that. 7 high, very first time. So this game's going to get good now.
Because our friend doesn't speak English. But I add some stuff.
Robert.
Bravo, nimmst du mir 5.000, 6.000, dann gibst du mir die Hand. Ne, sagst du noch.
You take his money, then you shake the hand.
Takes his money, then he shakes the hand.
You will get it back.
So Rob's winning.
You get a chance.
Rob has
Rob's-
made
Rob's
7,000 plus in this hand.
Yeah,
And
Rob's
that'll just give an idea to the viewers who haven't seen Rob Young before. Jonty, he really is an action junkie.
he really is. And he's fantastic with the game, but also he plays very well as well. He'll show,
He's
as I
a
said,
top live
he
player,
showed that
absolutely.
bluff there, and I think you'll see.
He's setting things up. I seen him last night as the game went to 500, 500. He had 300,000 euro in front of him. So
There you go,
this
Rob's
is
through
going
that
to be
hand again.
serious action here.
Straight away.
Rob has made it 3,000.
I think he's click
And
raised it. I think
he's
the double
just-
fell to 400, raised to 17.
It looks
and
like
then Rob's clicked it.
Gruisem's made it 17. Is that right?
I think so, and Rob's
With the
clicked it.
9-10. And
And Rob's got a hand that flops very well.
Like the 600 is like so bad.
Pidden is in there.
My hand was surely not a
And he's actually got it in. He's been called
He's,
once by the
he's
player. He's got
isolated,
drunk.
and it's the perfect scenario for Rob.
I was like, yeah, he's gonna make it like 4.
And he's checked. And it's gone check on the flop. And now, I can't see Rob winning.
I think you win.
And Rob's going to win the pot again. Rob's
This is a good start for Rob. He was trying to give that pot away, and he ends up making 6,500 profit.
So Rob probably he's gonna be chasing.
He's
Look
here
at Zach.
5
Zach's
minutes.
just looking. What's going on here? This guy's
13
just sat to my left. Three bet both hands.
4.5 minutes he's here, 13k profit.
That was 3-4-0.
And you're very welcome to our viewers. You've just joined us, you're looking at Cash Kings. That's Rob Young on the left.
Who's now on the button as well?
That's Philip Gruissem with the 5-3. And we've also Pidden, Devkin,
I'm gonna call blind.
And Rob's announced he's calling blind on the button.
Ephraim with the Ace-3. It's been straddled to 200.
I'll call blind now.
And Rob's called blind. And does it look like someone's raised to 700? Has Pidden raised? What's happened? Did
Pidden has raised
Yeah.
with the 6-5, and the Russian in seed 8, Devkin, has called with the Ace-8, and it's 4-9 King.
Rainbow
And
flop.
if Pidden continues here,
You'd expect him
it's
to
a
take it down.
very strong chance he'll
I
take
don't
it
know,
down.
actually. No, I think Devkin might call one on this board. The way Pidden's been playing. Now, I mean, yeah, Devkin seems to be playing very solidly.
Queen 6. Cheers, guys. Cheers. All the best for the future. Yeah.
All the best for the future, says Rob.
Beat you with a fire.
Encouraging all the players to drink. That's a very good plan for Rob.
Good memory.
80k with King High.
Yeah.
A bluffer knows a bluffer.
Efren wants to be dealt in. He's been dealt in. Zach has got King 10 of spades. I'm actually going
He's
to
going
open
to raise here, surely.
it. Surely.
But he's waiting for
Yeah, he's
Rob
raised
to
1,000.
create the
Rob's
action. He does
got
make it
four.
1,000. Rob calls with the 2s.
And already you see how like this game's got so much bigger already. They're opening now to 1,000.
And like 10,000 buy-ins not going to cut it here at this table,
No, not for
Jonty.
long. Especially now. Look, now we're going 4 ways to a flop. Ephraim's built the 9-6 off.
And so it's a set for Rob.
Rob's stopped the set. I just don't
But
think
there's
he's not getting
nothing
paid
else
here.
happening out there. But Rob's going to bet it out because he knows that he's not going to get credit for a monster.
No one can go
But there's
it.
nobody with anything here. Possibly Pidden.
It's kind of
No.
kind of a sad story.
Maybe Zek with the king 10 of spades. No.
Just a
No
set.
action, and he shows his monster.
I'm drawing that actually.
He's actually drawing dead as well. He's not lying. King 10 of spades is dead on that flop.
I should have checked.
Rob saying he should have checked.
And a check from Rob would be quite suspicious.
So Rob already winning 16,000, nearly the biggest win in the game after 4 hands. I think that was his fourth hand.
He's not there 10 minutes. It really is incredible.
I think it was it Yakman yesterday complaining that Rob ran good against him.
That's right, in the PLO.
So Rob's limped. He's called the straddle with the king 4 of spades. Pidden has filled the button. I think all these guys now. Rob's definitely set the pace this game. It looks like all these guys are now just happy to see a limp fire. Happy to see a 1K fire.
Everyone trying to get in a hand with Rob, open to outflop him and let Rob barrel off to them. He's playing
Gruissem stop trips here.
115,000 in front of Rob.
Ephraim with top 10. Ephraim's gonna do it. And Ephraim's just betting a lot here.
And just a flat here from Gruissem,
Definitely.
I'd
the best way to
imagine.
play this. Yeah. And that's gonna kill the action.
And it's another action killer, the ace on the river. And Philip will bet out here in the hope that Ephraim has hit that ace.
Yeah. I think Phil's good enough. No, he doesn't.
Oh, he's checking. And no action, 2 wins.
Yeah, Ephraim's really been quite like. He's not been that aggressive at all. He's literally only bet when he's had it so far, I think. Apart from that double gutter, that's it.
You have to bet your hands, you know.
And Rob giving
Philip
Gruissem a lesson,
bit of advice.
bit of coaching. Straddles 400 from Rob. So Jack 6, pin him with the ace to it, it's folding.
Devkin on the button, and he makes it 1,000. 10, 7 of clubs. And he's using the
And I don't think Rob's
positional
gonna
advantage to increase the size of the pot. Rob is actually ahead with Jack 6, but he's pure trash.
fold. Rob hadn't looked yet. I think Rob's just looked at his cards now. I think he'll still call.
I'm going to give you some action, yeah?
There you go.
He does call the 1,000.
With the best hand.
Are you going to bet you miss?
That's good. He's going to bet if he misses. Well, he's not missed. You expect that him to bet here. No.
And he checks.
Businessman, you want to have tons
And
of
he's hit the
positions
2 pair.
flop already.
And that's a double good shot for Rob, who bets it out.
No, just he got shot.
Just a good shot.
Gonna have only one
He has a
concentration
7 card
bet.
straight.
An
if he
8,
hits it.
correct, 7 card straight. Well spotted, Jonty.
Still win with a jack. Oh no, he can't win with a jack.
A
That
full
is
house.
the second nut for Devkin. Rob will probably receive the bad news here. He's not going to think that Devkin's going to have a 10 often. He's saying to Devkin, yo, you have ace high, yeah? Oh no,
And
Rob's
Rob
giving
gives
up.
up. Devkin buzzing here.
And I think Devkin's going to think that Rob's going to be check calling it, so I think we're going to see quite a big bet. Oh, it's not that big.
3.5, substantial enough. And Rob gives it up. And played that quite well, Devkin. He checked his, was it a high risk position he took on the flop there?
Yeah, so, yeah, because I guess, I mean, I think he knows that Rob's going to be calling with nearly any 2 in that spot. I don't think it's as bad, like he's going to have the best hand most of the time. But like, if it's a race spot, if Rob's in a different position, not the straddling calls, then I think actually he's less likely to do that because he's going to, obviously Rob's going to have a lot of Broadway hands that have like 2 overs and a gut shot against him. Or up and down. But no, he played it well. Just pot controlling as well, I think.
And Rob on the straddle to 200. And Pidden now 400 straddle. And
And Gruissem folded the king 5 suit on the button there. I thought we'd maybe open that.
might see a raise here from Pidden with the suited ace.
I think we will do, you know. He's in position as well against both players. It's going to be a
And
proper
he
situation.
reaches, and it's going to be about 1600.
And I think Ephraim's going to call, and Rob
Ephraim
is
does
going to
call.
No,
Rob is getting priced in
here.
here. And it's already 5k in the pot. Three-way, Pitt Young and Ephraim. And the ace
Queen
comes. But Ephraim has also flopped a pair. And I think Ephraim's going to continue here because it's Pitt. He might not give him credit for an ace. It is a substantial bet though.
Hidden has not really chopped a lot in this at all. When he's had a hand, he's bet every single time. I don't think he's really checked back at all. Very aggressive. Loves getting right.
And Piddon gets action off Ephraim. And this is a substantial pot now. It's 10,500.
Yeah,
and Ephraim only has a pot-sized bet left behind. And a check here would be a good move.
He's put him in. I'm pretty sure Ephraim's just going to fold there.
No, he goes for it. Almost.
Wow, fake. I think he's going to fold.
Yeah, we had a good week. I mean,
That's raw.
The money almost went over the line there.
Yeah, you have different.
we didn't get much sleep for a week.
Shows you how loose these games play, Jonty.
I think he's probably thinking that Pidding could be on a draw, but I think he probably will bring him quite inside. I think he's going to decide to fold. I think.
Yeah, we even went to Liquid nightclub at pool party the daytime at Arrow.
I think they took about Vegas now. Yeah, Pidding did decide to fold. I mean, there's no reason for him not to. No, sorry, Ephraim fine fold. There's no reason really for him to decide to not believe. I think it was more of our frustration that he wanted to call.
One time in Vegas, what's the problem? I had
And now the scoreboard. Rob Young 12k in profit. Zek 16.8. Gruissem is 3k in profit. Devkin the Russian 5k. Slow but sure Devkin. Not making any mistakes. And Piddon is clawing his way back here. We have lost a player already. Mehmet went bust earlier. Decided not to reload. And Devkin with the 9-8 of hearts has raised it to 600. And it's going to be folded around to Ephraim, who's going to call on the button with 10-8. And action now on Rob.
Fold.
And
Piddon's not
9-3, he has pure trash. It is smart fold. And we're going to go three-way, and it's Piddon who's ahead here with the Jack 10 of diamonds.
If we see some middling board though, we can see some action.
And that's hearts for Devkin.
With a pair.
And he used the pre-flop razor, but he has checked it.
I think he's just going to give it the old 1-2.
No, he's
betting out.
I think I played it properly. Maybe. Maybe some cash games. What I mean with cash games is, I play till like 7 o'clock in the morning. It's like, it kills you the next day. I want to play till like 1 o'clock and then win or lose, finish. And then people say, don't leave. Right. And then once you fly into 5 o'clock the next day, finish.
She's fell to 400 again now. It seems like it's nearly every hand. It shows how big the game can get. The game is basically 4 times bigger than it was at the beginning. And Piddon has got queens again. Piddon's had some good hands today. Zach, raise the button. This can't be right. Did Piddon just peel?
And
Maybe hit it. Maybe he's setting up
it
a
looks
spot.
like Zek has raised on the button, and Piddon has just flat with the queens.
I so hope that Piddon's check calls 3 straight too. That'd be the perfect way to play this one.
You play the tournament today. Straight.
It's gone check, check.
I think now Piddon's going to bet. He doesn't want to give him a free card.
If I would go, I would just go very short.
And he's just take it down. Zach has played very well to be fair to him as well.
And the quality is pretty good.
Yeah, it really is.
I mean, I really don't know what to make of Ephraim. He's,
Yeah, I think
he's mixing it up quite a bit, but he hasn't really made any big mistakes.
Not really, no.
His bet sizing has been a little peculiar, but it's
I mean, he
worked
folded.
in his favour so far.
What did he fold to Rob when he had? Oh, he folded. Oh, he just had King Queen. Didn't he?
King
just had
Queen,
King
that's
Queen and
correct.
Jack
Yeah,
Queen,
yeah.
right?
He put
There's-
a lot of money in that hand on the
There's
good
not
shot.
much you can really do there, but I think you got to think if Rob's got a Jack, you're actually going to have like 10 outs there. Mostly.
Zek has picked up a suited ace in the cutoff, and I'd imagine he's going to raise that, and he does to 1,000.
It looks like Rob's carved down that. Like,
And Rob has already created the image for himself, so he's going to sit back now and wait for better starting hands.
and take advantage of that.
And it's Gruissem now with the King 9 who's going to call, and Ephraim's going to peel a flop with the Queen 8 of diamonds. And we're going to go three-way here, Jonty. If you've just joined us, you're watching Cash Kings, No Limit Holdem. And that's a King High flop for Gruissem. He's hit top pair. He's checked it, and the action back with Zach now. He's backdoor clubs and backdoor straight, and he continues with a 1,500 bet. And what's Philip's move here, Jonty?
I think Gruissem is going to call. I don't think there's any point in raising this board. It's hard to get called by worse. Not a load of draws up there. And that's it. That's a good action card.
It is an action card because it brings the clubs.
It's gonna be a card that Zek's gonna double back. Actually, I think Zek's gonna check back here. He can actually have showdown value
And
too. Yeah.
he's gonna
If he
check
had a
it
lower
back,
club draw,
yeah.
I think he maybe bluffed it.
And it comes home the nut flush for Zek.
Gruissem's gonna bet here.
Runner club. And Gruissem certainly going to bet, and we're going to see a raise from Zek, and we're going to see a bet raise fold. Though he checks, that's a smart check, controlling the size of the pot. There's 6,000 in there. I'm expecting a 4.5k bet here.
Yeah, something similar.
And Zek getting there, runner club. Gruissem played his king very slowly. Just check called on the flop.
42 is it?
We're in trouble on the main event, aren't we? We're in trouble on the main event.
5,000. Yeah.
And it's actually a really good bet because it looks like a bit of a steal, the 5,300. So this is a cleverly thought out bet by Zek.
I think Gruissem's definitely more likely to play this one.
I think he has to pay him off here. I mean, we've seen him making one or two quality folds, but I feel this is a call. He's trying to figure it out, Philip.
He's thinking it through. I mean, this will be world class if he can fold it. If he can find the fold after, like, he's had to make one big fold already. That literally is what separates our players. I mean, it's going to be so hard to fold it. He knows that Zek doesn't have a 6. He knows he's going to bet again with the 6 to build a bigger pot. I mean, what will be going through Gruissem's head is, does he have? I don't think he even bets like Ace King here this move. Say he bet check back Ace King, which obviously is a very good turn to check back.
So a bigger king is a reasonable combination of hands. That's what's bothering him. Is
we're
kicker,
thinking Ace King, King,
King Queenish,
King Queen, maybe Aces, and
this
then
is
obviously some
fold
clubs.
if he can make it, Jonty.
Well, 3s, well. I mean, it feels like he thinks he should be winning, but I think his read is different, do you know what I mean? I think he thinks. And you've got to give credit to Phil just by how long he's taken to call here. Yeah.
That's the call.
Oh.
No, he doesn't want to. Isn't his instinct top notch?
Yeah, for sure. And you've got to give him so much credit. He's literally doing what
I mean, this is a standard call for.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, even the most experienced players.
He's got the king of clubs as well, which makes it even less likely.
For a flush.
Yeah.
So all he's thinking really is his kicker
the
problems. He's putting Zek on a bigger king. Because Zek bet the flop.
And
then
maybe
he's
these guys have played a lot
down.
together as well. They must have played a bit together as well. I don't know if they have. Yeah, he's called. He's played him. He's going to see the bad news.
A maximum payout for Zek.
And fair play to Gruissem for taking so long to call. Like, he almost knew he was B, but he couldn't figure out how. I think that's what it was.
And Gruissem now 5k down.
Just that last bet down.
Ephraim is 20k in the hole. Where did that come from?
I don't know. He must have reloaded and.
He's playing 10 grand. Throws 1,000 chip at Zek. Zek is the big winner so far. Rob Young also up 10k.
So a good start.
And thanks for joining, guys. Thanks for your comment. Smoking Axe, I think we'll call due to the club in his hand, and that's what Jonty called also Smoking Axe. Thank you so much. We absolutely love these live cash game sessions. It really is thrilling poker to watch. The stakes are huge, and the play is quite incredible. We're watching a 5-handed table. We will have another player that will join after the break. Fintan Gavin is my name, and I am joined by Jonty Willis from the UK, and we're watching a 3-way pot here with Rob Young in it
And I think as Rob just led the flop.
with absolute air, and it's not going to get through because Ephraim is up and down.
Oh, he's
And
definitely
now
gonna
the
take
hearts
12.
have come for Young.
Rob's going to win this spot. Oh, he's checked. Oh no. Does Rob find the bet?
And a bet wins it for Rob here.
I think he's going to bet. Oh no.
Oh, Queen High, and he shuts down. And Ephraim can't believe Queen High is going to win.
No, he has a
And he's
4K pot.
buzzing with himself. He completely missed, but his jack kicker takes down the pot.
And the rest of the table are going to be thinking, what did he lead the flop with? Queen High that isn't Queen Jack.
And if you don't know, did you notice Philip in the camera shot there? And he was just staring down at Zek like he was just, that hand was obviously replaying through his mind. Was almost a fold. He almost folded.
I mean, it's kind of tough there. It's so hard for him to fold.
And Pidden now, this is the action player at the table. So far,
Straddle to 400 this hand.
and he flat calls with the ace jack.
Zek's peeled.
Zek is peeling with the king 10. Ephraim's in there, and this is
And
this is
Rob.
great for Pidden. This is exactly what he wanted when he flat called. There's no doubt in my mind that
I think he's playing small ball here. I think it's just going to flirt.
it is Rob Young that's raising Jonty.
He's also in position though. There's no reason for him to fight the pot, I don't think. It's just like, wow.
And that's just remarkable that he's folded there.
No.
And Rob Young has
He
got
has made
the
it
bigger
7x.
jack to fold, but Zek folds as well,
And he shows
and
the
Rob
jack eight.
shows.
And Pidden's
And
going to be...
how disappointed is
himself.
Pidden going to be when he sees that?
Yeah, look, he's...
And I really thought he was flatting there, inducing
Oh, you said
a
he might
raise.
raise. You thought he might raise.
I genuinely did, yeah. I thought he was inducing a bet from Rob, because
think
Rob
he
was
might.
on the straddle.
Yeah, I know.
So, and it looked like it was working out perfect for him. But
Yeah.
he
Just, I don't know.
just felt the ace jack was no good, and
Ephraim here with the Queen Jack has made it 1300. Rob's not going to fold the nose.
And this Ephraim guy has plenty of play in him. 1300 Queen Jack, and Rob is certainly calling 1300 with the Ace 5. And Pidden in bad shape with the 10-5. He has the diamonds though, and we're going to go 3-way. 4,000 now in the pot. This game is really getting a lot more exciting since Rob Young sat down. And there's a Queen
Top
Jack
two
for 2
for
pair
Ephraim.
for Ephraim. And
Unfortunately, I don't think he's really going to get anything.
he doesn't mess around, he bets it out. And I don't see him getting any action.
Nope.
Backdoor diamonds
Easy game.
is the only possible combination that would keep
Easy game.
Pidden in the hand, but he folds. An easy game, says Rob. And this guy, Rob Young, is some character. He sat down here and he with 100k. He's playing now 110,000, and he's really splashing money around,
Use a word like
getting a real good loose image for himself.
It's the same in German.
I don't know.
It's kind of the same in German.
And Devkin has just taken a back seat. Jonty, I've noticed he's
The
not
Russian.
really getting involved.
No,
the
I
Russian.
think he's just waiting. I mean, he's played pretty solidly from what we've seen. I think he's just going to be playing pretty solidly, just trying to make hands. Look at this.
And
Rob.
this is bingo,
Rob's been
because
throwing
Zek is going to play this hand with the suited ace jack,
He is.
because Rob just showed his last raise with Jack 8
And last
of
time he
diamonds.
he threw bet, he saw the King Queen as well, the King Queen of Hearts.
It's a massive bet though. It's 4,000.
I can't.
So
He can't possibly fold it.
he just flat calls, and a Jack high flop is
Rob's in position as well.
what Rob wants to see. but Zek has an ace to hit or clubs possible straight,
Oh.
and that's
Oh, dear.
danger. And we're looking at 10,000
We're looking
in
at
the
the two
pot,
biggest winners as well.
and it's check, and we're looking at a $5 bet here, I think.
4 grand, I think.
And you're quite right, Jonty. It's 4,000 into a 9,000 pot, and if you're calling with Ace Jack pre on a Jack 7-7 board, you're certainly calling a second bet.
If the turn
And
is
what's
not
Zek
time,
doing here? Is Zek?
Zek's calling all the way down here. Zek's going, if he's got a better hand than me, yeah, like that's a bad turn for him as well. Zek's like, if he's got a better hand than me, then
Rob's going to fire again because
Rob's going to fire 10k here.
it's brought the second flush draw, and Rob ain't afraid to put money in the pot. There's 17,000 out there. If Rob feels his queens are good, he's going to bang away, and that's what he does, and he makes it about 9,000.
Yeah.
And now this is pressure. This is real pressure on Zek. And the problem is, if he's calling 9,000 here, what's going to be the bet on the river? That's what's going through his mind. So is it raising his arsenal
No,
here?
he's going to call. I think he's going to call. He wants to keep Rob's bluffs in. He saw how he put Ephraim all in earlier. I mean, that was on the turn, not the river. But I think he's just going to call. And if the river's a 2 of clubs or something, I'm pretty sure Zek's just going to call it off. I mean, Zek has to decide now whether he's going to call river. I don't think he's going to call fold river. I think he's probably just going to call.
And
call.
I think Rob might shut down here now.
And Rob said, "You're not going away, are you?" So if he gets an overcard, he'll be lucky for him. Or if the diamond's complete. If he gets a black low card,
Black low card is danger.
I mean,
And it's a really good card in a way for Zek, but can Zek represent something here now? No, he
I
doesn't.
think Rob might just
Rob
check
is
back out.
checking back here 100%. It's
I mean,
way
might
too
get value.
dangerous. It's 4 cards to a straight. The flush is there, and Rob is having a look, but he's checking here all the time.
I mean, if Rob moves the win here, I think he's going to get called.
It'd be an incredible value bet, really, given how dangerous that board is.
I don't know.
35 grand out, and
I think it's a coin flip whether he shoves or checks. Looking at his chips. He's thinking, do I get called by worse? Ace Jack's literally the very next best hand to Rob's hand, isn't it?
but I just have to tip my hat here to Rob because
yeah, he's
very
good at
few
it.
players do this. I mean, very few players value there and put the pressure on. Rob
No, this is
puts
really
him
good as
on
well.
the exact
This
hand
is,
that
this
he
is
has.
really good as well because
It's a quality move.
if Rob has nothing, he has to do this. He has to move all in. He's thinking, which means
Absolute quality.
now he's thinking Rob's got air, or he's got like maybe some kind of full house, maybe 9s or jacks.
You always have against me.
9s.
I'll help you
Just
out.
the way, guys.
You got it.
And Rob saying, I'll help you out, what have you got? And this is a quality move by Rob Young. He really does have a real strong instinct for live cash. And
Oh, he's showing in the coins.
and he's buzzing with himself, Zek, that he made the fold there. I think we're going on a quick break, Jonty, 10 minutes.
I think I'm going to go play the tournament then.
And come here, we're going to be really looking out for you. Viewers, we're going to say goodbye to Jonty, but I'm going to be back. And what a great guy this fella is. And can you put the expert knowledge you've shared with us, Jonty, is it possible that you can put that to use in the tournament
Not
this
at all.
evening?
Not at all.
We really do wish you all the best. I'm going to be back soon, guys. Give it 10 minutes. Fasten your seatbelts. It's really exciting here.
Enjoy the watch, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You're very welcome back. Fintan Gavin is my name. We're live from King's Casino. This is a Cash Kings special. So pleased to be here. And you've just seen the scoreboard there. The action is furious here. We will get the table sound now any minute for you. And we are six-handed, I believe. And that is Zek, who just lost a monster pot to Rob Young. And it says Rob's playing 113. I believe it's a lot more. But we will get the exact values of the stacks in front of the players. And there in your picture is Pidu from Germany, EPT winner. And Gruissem has flopped 2 pair. Good shot for Pidu. And we are halfway through a Cash King special, and thanks so much for joining us. Thank you. We're very pleased to be here and bring you this. We love the action here from Kings. I'm going to get you the table sound now very shortly. We've seen this game spark into action. We have an empty seat there with the massive stack. That is the stack of Rob Young, who's just on a break. He'll be back in a couple of minutes. Straddled to 200. And it's Zek also with the spades. And there we go. Keep the comments coming, guys. I'm going to be with you for the duration of this Cash King special. It's really exciting. It's hotting up. We've just seen a €35,000 pot. Rob Young took it down with the pocket queens, the overpair. And this man in your screen, Zek, had top pair on the flop. On a Jack 7-7 flop, he'd ace Jack. See Rob continue on the flop and the turn, moved in on the river. Zek gave it up. And a couple of questions. Is the croc going to sit? No, the crocodile is missing. There's an APB out in him. We are looking for him, but nowhere to be seen. And it's pocket fives of Pidden is calling. Sorry, Pidden is betting here. And oh, he spiked a full house on the river. And he's going to continue. And there's going to be pressure on Gruissem now to call with 9 queen. And it's a big bet. 2,800. And this just started. This is the first hand back, viewers. We're watching Philip Gruissem, the German wonder kid, serial super high roller champion. And Pidden bet the turn here after Philip checked. So he was Pidden first to act in the small blind position. And Pidden fired out a bet. Got called by Gruissem. And Pidden has spiked a full house on the river. 2,800. And action with Philip. And this is a raise, it looks like. And Philip has picked a bad spot here. He's made it 12,000. And I think Pidden is going to call. He is the nut low house, but it is a full house. And he's going to convince himself that Gruissem is doing this with a Jack Queen or thereabouts, some hand. Maybe a 6-7, and he does call. And Philip knows when the call comes, he's in bad shape. And this is going to put Pidden right back in good shape for the day. He's made 14,000.
Ich hab dir fast geglaubt. Ich konnte es nicht aufgeben. Ich denke mal, die 5 muss kommen, ich gewinne. Klatsch kommt die 5, was soll ich wegschmeißen?
Kann ich nochmal 10 haben, bitte?
Muss die mischen. Naja, hab ich dich einmal gepackt.
Ah, Mann, ey. Entschuldigung? Kann ich nochmal 10.000 haben, bitte?
And Philip reloading, topping up his stack. And this is just the second hand back after the break. This is our Russian kid, Devkin. He's in the small blind position. And he 3-bets to 1,500 after the raise from Pidden with the King 8. And Ephraim calls with the Jack 8. And that's Rob. He's just taken his seat.
Bluffed off here.
And Philip explaining that he bluffed off half his stack.
Wasn't nice, but he had the nuts.
And Devkin has hit that flop very strong, but the problem for Pidden is he's also hit it, but he has serious kicker problems.
Yeah, pull out.
Yeah.
8-9 beat me. 10-8 beat me.
Did you fold or?
No, I call.
And Devkin has elected to bet 2,000 first to act. The 9 brings a straight on the board, but I don't think that's going to stop Devkin.
You didn't get all in bluff though.
No, luckily.
You might have folded. All in.
Maybe first reload and then go. Maybe then. Yeah.
You pull the trigger. Pull the pull trigger and hope. Amount of times I pulled half.
And it looks like 3,500, which is a pretty small bet.
Tuck up, need more players. We're in trouble,
And
yeah?
Pidden just flat calls. And Pidden can win with an 8, but that doesn't come. It completes a spade, and that will concern Devkin.
Big bank on him.
But I feel his hand is way too strong not to value here. And I'm sure Devkin is going through all the scenarios in his mind of what Pidden can be holding, and Ace 10 or Queen 10 is a very reasonable combination of cards, but he's also thinking a Jack Queen could be there, so that's why he opts to check. And it's bad news for Pidden because the kicker plays here. King Jack scoops the pot, 15,600, and Pidden, after winning a monster pot against Gruissem the hand before, is back to the same situation now. And that's the scoreboard. And you can hear in the background our TD saying shuffle up on deal in the main event. 130 odd players for one of the starting days here at the Party Poker Live million guaranteed event. And this is an interesting hand here because Rob Young has opted to raise his straddle option and he's made it 2400, and Ephraim now has the genuine hand of pocket tens, and it's a good flop for tens, but Rob will probably continue, and that's what he does. And it looks like Ephraim has moved all in, and Rob's going to do a bit of mathematics here. It's 8,700 to call. He's backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight, and his jack is good, and he probably might think his 10 is good, putting Ephraim on some kind of hand like King 9 or Ace 9. So he's going to do a quick calculation, and there's a likelihood of a call here.
I might be ahead.
And a diamond draw is also something going through Rob's mind. And it looks like Rob is convincing himself to call here, but he is in brutal shape because his 10 is dead. He'd be drawing to a jack or running diamonds or running cards for a straight. And it looks like it's going to go in, and that's what it does. And the 10s are in pretty good shape. 80% to win this pot, Ephraim. And it's a 27.5k pot. And Rob felt compelled to call once he bet out the flop. And Rob at 8 or queen of diamonds would be a good card. And that's not a bad card either, because it really opens up many cards now for Rob, because Rob is holding the 10 of diamonds. And the king is no good. And we're going to see Ephraim double up here.
Very nice hand.
And Ephraim with a very welcome double up to his stack. He's playing now almost 30,000.
It looks really bad,
And they're the chip stacks. Even after that hand, Rob is still playing 115,000. He's 15k in profit. And the other winner today is our man Devkin from Russia, is in seat 8, and that's him just folding there. And Philip Gruissem folds his button, and Ephraim gets out of the way. We're going to see action here between Yong and Pidden. It's a 400 straddle, and Rob has raised it, and Pidden now has position on Rob and has a couple of choices. He's going to continue, and he makes it 2,200. Sorry, that's just a call, 1,200. And it's two-way now, and Rob will be first to act. And Rob has flopped the flush draw and opts to bet it out, and Pidden is certainly going to peel a card here because he'll feel he may be good with his two pair, 5s and jacks with an ace kicker. And a 1,500 bet from Rob is called. And Rob might slow down here. No, he doesn't. He doesn't slow down, this guy. It's 2,500. And has Pidden the strength to call him? I believe he does. He makes the call, and he has to dodge a lot of cards. He has to dodge a king, a 6, any heart, but he is in the lead, and that is brutal card for Pidden, but it is an overcard to the 5. So the probability is he will get away from it, Pidden. It also brings a straight as well as the flush. And Rob is going to go for value here and really overbets the pot. And Pidden may tank, but there's no way Pidden's calling off with ace-5. And Rob Young up to 20 grand profit for the day. Was a late starter here, arrived late. That's the scoreboard there. And Devkin 13,000 profit. Pidden is down 20k. Gruissem down 6k. And Ephraim, after doubling up through Rob, is still down about 4,600. And Zek in the center of the screen with the grey hoodie. Zek, he's up 5 grand, I believe. Appreciate you viewers just joining us. We love this action. We love these Cash King sessions. There really is a great buzz. You might hear the background noise. There's several tournaments happening at the same time. We have a 100 buy-in tournament that just started. A one-day tournament, 100 buy-in, 50,000 guarantee. Meanwhile, the 2K 2,000 high roller with 2,000 guaranteed is running. There's an Omaha final table running. And there's also the Millions main event, Party Poker, 1,000 buy-in, million guaranteed also running. As well as several cash games, and this is the main one. And we're going to be here for another hour or so. And we're watching a three-way pot between Ephraim, Pidden and Zek. And Ephraim has hit that second pair. It's been checked into him. And he takes down the pot. This casino is King's Poker Room. We are located in the Czech Republic, right on the German border, in a small city called Rozvadov. We're an hour and a half from Prague Airport. We're also quite close to Nuremberg Airport over the border. And if you've never been here, it really is a place to visit. It's quite incredible, the action here. It's 24/7, a really vast spread of cash games, regular tournaments, and we broadcast all the poker action. We go 24/7 on Twitch with all the action from the casino, up to 100 hours of live poker per week, and many shows and some of the top casters around. We've Elke, Joey Ingram, with weekly shows. It really is worth tuning in from time to time if this is your first time on. We've several shows every week, live shows, and I'm Fintan Gavin, and I'm going to be with you for the next few days. This is the last days of Cash Kings, but we start to bring you the tournament proper, the main event from tomorrow. And right now we're looking at Philip Gruissem, the serial super high roller champion from Germany, and he's pocket eights, and he shows Ephraim who will fold his trash.
Wer? Mein Freund da. Ja, das ist auch geil. Das ist doch mein Freund, der ist doch geil. Dani, eigentlich so viel. Ja, natürlich. Nein? Alle. Nimm mal diese 10 noch. Aber nur wenn du eine gute Karte hast, Alter.
And Rob Young has the button, and Rob is going to make it 1,500 to play with a 9-10 off, and it's folded right around to Ephraim, who's actually in the lead with Queen 6, but I'd be very suspect if he puts money in, and he does put money in, and I'm not sure, did he say he's going to play blind? Queen 6 versus 9-10. And that's a good shot for Rob, but it's a pair of queens for Ephraim. And he's got a lot of game, this guy Ephraim. He's not afraid to put his money in. He's just doubled up off Rob a few hands ago. And it's showing a turn card there, but I think the flop was bet by Ephraim, and then the turn came a 5. Ephraim checked, then Rob bet, and that's it. Bingo for Ephraim. Whatever fears he had before, he's none now. And Rob leads out, and he's going to get snap called here. And that's one of the aspects of Rob's game. He does play a little loose and a little fast, and he's bet 25 grand there, trying to represent a hand that Ephraim had, and that's a massive double up for Ephraim, who called a big raise pre-flop with Queen 6, and he's hit trips on the river, and he smartly checked, crafty checked, and Rob couldn't help himself, and he loses 25 grand with a 10 high bluff. And Ephraim now, that has brought him up to 30 grand plus profit for the day.
Lucky the Queen kommt.
Was sagt er?
Unmöglich, dass die Queen bekommen hast.
Ja, also mich hat gerettet die Dame, das ist sagen.
And Rob's saying you're lucky the Queen came, because Rob feels that that bet would have got through if it didn't come. And that pot was well over 50,000. And this is one of the aspects to Rob Young's game. He plays very aggressive. He plays loose. That's the image he deliberately creates for himself. He likes to get pots big. He's no problem playing high stakes. I've seen him last night. He had 300,000 euro in front of him in an Omaha game. And he lost a 200,000 euro Omaha hand. No problem to him. Actually did okay overall, but he made a bit of a misstep there. He put in 25,000 on the river, and Ephraim was the beneficiary. And if you've just joined us, we're live from King's Casino, Rozvadov.
How'd you figure that?
Couples always have something similar. Not like everything, but some part of it.
And the straddle now is up to 400 from Rob. And Gruissem folds, but Ephraim is going to play. And Czech with the Queen 10 is going to play. That looks like €1,000 that Ephraim put in. The action is on Czech. Sorry, it's 400 each. That's the price. The straddle has been checked around, and it's a Jack 10, which is a good flop for Czech because he's flopped a pair, and the 3 brings a flush draw for Ephraim. And the 10 is in the lead here, and the 10 holds here. Czech is winning this with a pair of 10s and a queen kicker, and it's probably going to go check, check, check. Czech may opt to value bet his second pair, but he has Rob acting after him, who has a reputation for making moves, so he just opts to check and show down his second pair, and he'll scoop the smallest pot we've seen in quite a while.
Chef,
I would have bet the
arbeiten nicht. Nichts Handy, arbeiten. Arbeiten.
Rob has made it 200 on the straddle, and next to him is a straddle to 400 by Pidon. And it's been folded around to Czech, who calls, and Rob calls. We're going to have three-way action now, and the highest card between the three players is a 8 of clubs. And both Yong and Pidon have hit the 3. Yong with the stronger kicker, but it's Zek who bets out a good shot straight. He'd be looking for a 5 to fill up and make the straight. And Zek bet it out, and Rob raises, Pidon folds, and Zek folds. And Rob shows 8-3, backdoor club, second pair. And that's our Russian in seat 8, Devkin. Pidon in seat 7, Rob Young, seat 6, and Zek next to Rob. And then over on the left-hand side, as we look, is Philip Gruissem in the first seat. And after Gruissem, we have Ephraim, who's impressed me with his play. He's not afraid to put money in. He's doubled up off Rob twice now, and he is the winner so far today. And this is Philip Gruissem in the cutoff, playing a queen, and it's folded around to Rob Young, who will certainly play ace-9 suited and flat calls.
There's the first 700 maybe. Maybe the first 700.
And I expect the card with that queen will be a jack, king, or ace. And it comes down queen high. The percentage is saying Young 100%, but please ignore that, because it's queen high. Gruissem is betting out 1200. Rob folds, and Gruissem takes down the hand.
Everything. King Jack. Everything.
And I believe it was queen jack.
You wanted the move to happen.
Ace queen it was, with the ace of diamonds.
Good flat call before the flop.
Top pair, top kicker with the nut flush draw.
Play it so good.
First time I don't re-raise.
First time you don't do ace 9 is straight. Could do something with it. Could lead out.
And also a good flow for another diamond to come. Didn't do anything.
Yeah, like
No move at all. How sick is it?
15k to go, guys. 15.
First time. I didn't get a queen, I thought I had an 8.
And Devkin has straddled to 200, and Gruissem is raised with the ace 9, and it's folded around, and Gruissem takes down a pot.
This one is 5. I'm really fighting 300 this time.
We're 6-handed here for this special edition Cash Kings. Ephraim is the player that has left the table, but he will be back very shortly.
I thought you had an 8. I bet. Blasted it.
Well over €200,000 in play on the table.
Next time I'll have it. Yeah, you're in.
Rob Young on the button. And Rob makes it 700 to go with the Jack 2 of hearts. And we're going to go three-way. And it's going to be checked into Rob, who's going to continue on that board and will probably get a fold from both Devkin and Gruissem. And Rob shows the pure trash he's playing. This is all part of Rob Young's game. He really does create a very loose image, and he's successfully done that. He has doubled up Ephraim twice.
How did you know that was my girlfriend then? Philip said that you knew straight away that you were my girlfriend.
It's easy to see. Easy to. I can feel the connection. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see the love, you know? It's like the... I can see the love. I can see and feel the love.
There's a 30-minute delay here, guys. We're live from King's Casino in Rozvadov. We're watching a No Limit Holdem. The blinds are 100-100, but it's been straddled up to 400. And it's Rob who straddled here to 400. Devkin is called with the Queen 10 of hearts. Zek is playing the Jack 7. And now Rob is going to use his option to raise it up. And that looks like a raise to 1400. And he's going to get action from Devkin. Devkin's out of position here. Both players are playing the hearts. Rob with the 5-4 and Devkin with the Queen 10. And that's 2 hearts, and there's going to be serious action because it's a good shot for Rob, and it's a good shot to the nut straight and the nut hearts for Devkin. And Devkin is going nowhere on this board, and a heart will be a disaster for Rob. There's 6,000 in the pot, and Devkin is just checking to Rob, and Rob is blasting away here, and Devkin is certainly going to call this 3,000 at least, if not raise.
I have a beautiful hand.
And that's a call, and very reasonable. But the problem is, if he misses Devkin here, what's going to happen on the river? It will be Rob last to act, and this is a serious problem. There's 12 grand in there, and Rob gives up, and Devkin is going to scoop the pot. And Rob will see now that he dodged a bullet by not hitting a heart. We have the same hand, says Devkin. But Devkin had the high end of the hand and Rob had the low end. Devkin scoops a nice pot there.
Hearts will be bad. I think you got a push through, but I
And the Brainwash has joined us. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you explaining the technical side of things. That's our scoreboard there, and the big winner there is Ephraim, 20,000 in profit. And Rob is down 15k after a thunderous start. He was up 16 grand after a few hand. Gruissem is down, and Pitu here on the screen, you've just seen there, he is down 11,000. And it's Rob Young who's creating all the big pots. He's raising in position every time, every opportunity he puts money in, and he bets this again and he shows his hand, and Rob is playing quite loose, but this is deliberate. Trust me, guys, I played with Rob before. I know how he plays. He really does build up a very almost maniac image of himself, and he gets paid when he has the hand. He does get paid. So Ephraim and Devkin from Russia, these are our 2 winners so far. And Rob is under the gun on the straddle with ace queen of hearts, and we're going to see a raise here. I think Ephraim just called blind. And it's 2,000 now from Rob, and I don't think he's going to get any action, but Ephraim does call very light, but not in this occasion. We've seen him call a massive raise earlier on with Queen 6, and Rob doesn't get the action. You can see the description of the game in the top left of the screen. It says blinds 100, 100, but you do see the players putting in 200 and 400. That's Pidu there with the 200 straddle, but Philip choosing not to use his option, but he says okay, and he does put in the 400. That's the scoreboard. Well over 200 grand in play, and it's a 400 straddle by Philip Gruissem, and Rob calls, and Pedon gets out of the way. Pedon is a former EPT Berlin champion, and Devkin has left his seat, and the action be round to Philip, who will have an option whether to check or raise, as he was the player that straddled to 400. And Rob has hit that board. I'm not sure the pot size is correct there. And Gruissem has an up and down straight, and Rob has flopped 2 pair. And Rob is continuing here. That looks like 6k. And Rob is smart enough to realise with clubs out there and the texture of the board that Gruissem flat calling is on some form of a draw. And Rob makes it 6,000 to go. And it's 6,000 into a 4,200 pot. And he's trying to price the draw out here. And Philip is calculating that if he does hit, what kind of payday he'll get from Rob. So he's probably going to call here.
How much you got?
And this is Philip jokingly saying to Rob, how much have you got? Rob is playing up about 80 or 90 grand. It's a real smart bet by Rob Young. And the maths don't really make sense, so Philip is going to give it up.
Too good.
Ey,
Not too good.
ey, spielst du auf Aufkopf? 1 gegen 1?
2 pair from Rob, and he shows
6-7, I'm going all in now, 100%.
Spielst du auf Kopfkopf? 1 gegen 1?
Well, you could have
Ja.
6-7, yeah?
Nur, was spielst du noch was drin? Was spielst du noch was drin?
and the button now is on Zek. Rob is on the small blind.
Nein, außer
That's
dieser Text.
Pidon, the former EPT champion, on the big blind. And then our Russian friend is on the straddle, Devkin. And now, sorry, it's Gruissem now that's first to act. And Ephraim's going to raise this up. No, he just limps. That's remarkable. And what's even more remarkable is Zek. Oh, he has raised. He's made it 1,000 on the button. And we're going to see Ephraim continue here. And the action is on him, even though he's having a chat with Philip. The dealer is explaining to him that he must act. And he's saying who raised, and he finds out, and he puts the money in. And he's underplaying really the strength of his hand here, Ephraim. Just limping with the ace-jack. And he's called the raise from Zek, and we're going to have a two-way action.
Du hast nicht genug oder was?
And 9 queen, and it goes check, check. The 10s is holding here for Zek on the button. Ephraim checks again, but this time Zek opts to bet, and I probably see Ephraim fold, and that's what he does.
Das war dieser Kreuz.
And now the button moves, and Pidon on the small, and Devkin, the Russian, on the big blind. And the big winner there, 17,000, is Ephraim, and Devkin is actually 18,000 to the good. And he's played a really good game so far, this Russian guy. He's made 0 mistakes, made some good moves when he had to early in the session. We see him do a huge bluff against this guy, Pidon, that got through. And he's chipping up quite smartly. And now we have a raise from Pidon with the 8-7 suited, and Gruissem with the 8-9 suited is calling. So the action is back on Ephraim with Queen 5, and it's going to be 1,000, and he's putting 1,000 in with Queen 5, and that's an indication of how loose this game is playing. The peculiar thing about this is that the Queen 5 is actually ahead, but he does decide to fold. We're going to go two-way, and it's Pidon with the hearts and Gruissem with the spades, and there's 3,300 in the pot, and we have a flop here, and first to act will be Pidon in the small blind position, and that's a good shot for Pidon, who may continue. And because Gruissem has completely missed, he may give up here. It's a small bet, it's 1,100 bet, it's a third of the pot size bet, and Gruissem gives it up, and Pidon takes down the pot. Pidon now is 10k down for the day. He's paying 30k in front of him. Gruissem also down 10k, and Rob down 11k. The big winner there is Devkin, seed 8, Ephraim, seed 2 from Germany. Zek had a really thunderball start. He got out of the traps very quickly. He went up to like 25k profit. He's still in profit for 6,700. Finton Gavin is my name. We're live from King's Casino in Rozvadov. We're watching a No Limit Holdem special edition cash game. Please stay with us. We're here for another hour and a bit. And we'll be here for the next few days. We're going to be bringing you the Party Poker Millions. That is the million guaranteed main event. And we're looking at action here. It's Ephraim with the King 10 of spades, and Rob is not put off by the size of the bet. We're going to go two-way. Ephraim with King 10 of spades and Rob Young with the Queen 9.
Ja, wees king.
Kein Problem, sympathisch.
And both have missed. And the problem for Ephraim is he's first to act, but that's not slowing him down. He's bet 3,000. And Rob has peeled here because there's many cards Rob can hit to improve his hand. And that's not one of them, unfortunately, because that's given Ephraim a pair of kings and he's just checked. And Rob's checked, and Ephraim will probably give Rob another chance. No, he bets it out and he's going to take down the pot. That's a nice pot from Ephraim. And I can understand Rob calling in position with the Queen 9 there on the 7-8 board. But Rob goes further into the negative, 18,000 down and 25,000 profit for Ephraim. It was down 10,000 at one stage. That's a 35,000 turnaround for this gentleman. We're six-handed here. 100 are the blinds, but you see Rob Young straddling to 4 and Pidon now straddling to 800. So it's an 800 euro straddle. And the option is with Devkin, who gets out of the way. He's playing a very crafty game, Devkin, not getting involved too much. And Gruissem gets out of the way. Now this guy Ephraim, he's really impressed me, but he does play rather loose. And we're going to see here now, will he call with 10-6, 700 euro. And it's very doubtful will he put any more money in the pot, and he does fold. And Rob, it's going to cost Rob 400. And Rob flats. So 800 now on the option. We can't see Pidon's other card, and I assume it's an ace or king suited or something like that. And he raises it up and Rob gives it up. So Pidon made 1,100 profit there.
Cappuccino, man.
Cappuccino, espresso macchiato. Cappuccino, espresso macchiato.
And Ephraim ordering a drink for Rob.
Hallo, haben wir noch im Gehst spazieren? Werd doch mal ein bisschen besoffen da.
Rob doing a bit of business as he plays. He really is some operator, this guy. He's such a visionary. He's really changed the face of live poker in the UK and that side of the world. And this is part of a Party Poker Live Festival.
Wenn du nicht trinkst. Live. Wenn du nicht trinkst, ich zocke nicht mehr mit dir.
And Gruissem just flat calls the 400 straddle. And Ephraim is in. And Zek now also plays. Rob gets rid of his cards, and Pidon now checks who's on the 400 straddle. So we're four-way. Gruissem with the ace-8 in position. And the queen has hit Zek. It's queen 10-6. And it's checked around. And that's Gruissem now who takes the lead with the ace. Ephraim checks. Zek checks his queen. And Philip now will probably bet his ace. And he may get looked up by Zek. And action is with Ephraim, with a good shot looking for a king. He's not going to call, and probably Zek gives it up because Pidon is to act after him. But no, he does take another card, and Pidon gets out of the way, and it's Philip in the lead on the button with the ace. He's 90% favourite to win this, and that's 2 pair, and Zek spikes 2 pair, and it'll probably go check. Philip is going to smell this out. That 9 completes so many combinations, including 2 pair. And Philip does smartly check, and that's a really good trick by Gruissem. And Zek shows he got lucky on the river with Queen 9. And Zek went ahead in the flop, behind on the turn, and spiked 2 pair, and it's up to 8,000 profit. Devkin 18,000 profit, Ephraim 23,000 profit, and it's Rob that's in for 20k. Gruissem now 12k behind.
Ich gehe meistens eher gut nur eigentlich Champions League und gute Spiele.
The change of dealer. You're watching a cash game. 100 are the blinds. €100, €100. That's the small blind is €100. The big blind is €100. You see the player and picture there has straddled to 200. The white chips are 100 chips, and the action is on this man. The winner so far today, Devkin, who has a suited ace 5, and he's going to raise it up to 600, and it's folded around to Ephraim with a jack 8 on the button, and he's going to call. And Zek now with the small blind position, Queen 10, and he's opted to re-raise, and I like this move. It's really going to clear the field, and will probably get right through. Can't see Devkin continuing here with ace 5. It's 2,600. It's costing him 2,000 more, and he goes for it. And this is pricing Ephraim in, so Ephraim will probably call. That's what he does, and if hearts come, it's trouble for Ephraim because Devkin has the nut hearts, ace 5, and Zek with the Queen 10, and the 5 has paired for Devkin. But it's Zek who's first to act here, and he's the pre-flop raiser. There's 8,000 in there. Does he continue? There's 2 clubs there. 5-2-7 board. Devkin could scoop a big pot here if he continues. And he's considering to continue. It's 4,500. The problem is he's Ephraim to act after him. And he gives it up. This bet is going to get through. And it was a really super raise by Zek pre-flop. He scoops 5,500 profit. Devkin on the straddle here, and Gruissem has picked up the jacks, and he's going to raise. The straddle is 200. He's going to make it about 600, I believe. And it's 700 raise from Gruissem. And Zek with the suited Queen 10 has opted to call. And Pidon with the 9-7 is in here, and we're looking at 3-way action now. The jack's in the lead. Zek with the Queen 10 of diamonds, and 2 diamonds have come. And look at that's an action flop because Pidon has flopped in up and down straight. And the board is 4-8-6. There's a made straight out there, but it was a sizable enough raise pre-flop. So probably Philip will continue here try and drive out the draws. And it looks like a 1500 raise, and there's going to be serious interest from Czech here with the diamonds. He's certainly going to continue and may even opt to raise. And he just flat calls, and now this is a good spot for Pidon because he has an up and down straight, and he just flats, and now we're three-way, and the pot has swelled now. There's 4 cards to a straight there. Pidon has hit a 7, but that's not the card he wanted. He wanted a 5 or a 10. It's also brought another flush draw, and it's been checked back into Gruissem, who decides to keep the pot the same size, and he has checked. And now Czech with the Queen 10. He's a good shot straight to go along with his flush draw. Be looking for a 9 to complete. Sorry, 9, that's correct, yeah, to complete it straight to the 10. But he's betting the flush draw. He's hoping this will take it down. And this is an interesting spot for Pidon, because does he continue here? He has a pair. And 2 pair would complete the straight for Czech, so he gets out of dodge there, and it's a smart move because chasing a straight on a flush board is not good business. But this is the guy with the genuine hand, Gruissem. And he decides the board is way too scary. 4 cards to a straight, and that's a great bet by Czech, who takes down the pot. Checked around into him. Takes full advantage, and he gets Philip Gruissem to fold the over pair, and I don't blame Gruissem. Now goes 15k down for the day. Yong 20,000 down, and Pidon is 11,700 down. Czech now with a suited 9. Rob folds. That's typical strategy from Rob. He'll open up, play extremely aggressive, and then he'll tighten up a bit. And this is the same starting hand for Gruissem, pocket jacks, and it's been straddled to 800 by Czech, so it's going to be a chunky enough raise. It looks like 2,400, and Ephraim will give up his bad ace, but we may see Czech call with the spades, ace 9 of spades. He has position on Philip, and he's just asking for stack sizes. He's trying to calculate if he does hit his flush. 1,600, and he feels that his hand is worthy of a €1,600 call. And it's over 5,000 now, the pot. And it's two-way. And it's Gruissem with the jacks again. And it's a good flop for the jacks. And Czech has flopped a pair also. And I can see Czech calling off at least one bet here from Gruissem. And Gruissem is certainly going to bet out his jacks here. It's the flop you want to see when you have jacks. No overcards. And this is a big bet, 4,000 it looks like. No. 2.5. And it's 2,500. And I think Czech's going to peel a card because he has the backdoor spades also. And there's a possibility that Gruissem can be continuing here with hands like ace queen, ace king, even a pair like sevens or eights, and he does peel another card. This is getting interesting. There's 10,000 in the pot, and That's a really good card for Philip, even though he mightn't think it is, because Zek now will be convinced his 9 is good, because the likelihood of Philip having a 10 is a lot less once that 10 comes again. And the spades have come for Zek. So Zek is going nowhere, but Philip slows up, because there's a strong chance that Zek called his bet on the flop with a 10. And now it's checked into Zek. Zek has a couple of options here. He can just check back. He's on the nut flush draw. He doesn't want to get raised if he bets, so it's quite reasonable just to check back. But I think this guy is going to bet again, and we're going to see Philip with another decision with jacks yet again.
Komm mal, lass mich einmal streichen, komm, damit Bild kommt. Jetzt sind wir ja, allersetzen, ja. Hallo. Chef darf einmal kommen, einmal streichen wegen Glück. Wegen Glück. Einmal, nach der Hand. Nach der Hand.
And this is a real tough spot for Philip. He's out of position here. It's 2,900. He is ahead. And it's Zek betting his draw again. But he does have 2 pair also. And this pot is over 16,000, and that is a bingo card for Gruissem. All his worries have just evaporated because he has the nut house and he's checking here. But I think we'll probably get a check back from Zek, who has showdown value with his 2 pair and ace kicker, and Gruissem shows down full house, and it's come good to jacks for Gruissem. And thanks for your comments. And La Brainwashed explaining that the odds of a flush coming when both players are holding the same suit is once out of 121 hands. Extreme rarity for one hand, let alone 2 when they both block the suit. That's a really good point, and thank you so much. And appreciate your comments and engagements. And that was a real beautiful card for Philip. He was under extreme pressure. He considered a fold there on the turn, but he had the strength to call. Hit his jack. He didn't bet it. He's wondering, would he got paid if he bet it? Probably not is the answer. And he's hit an ace here. Devkin has hit 3rd pair, but it's Action Man Pidon on the button, who bets out with absolutely air. Backdoor spades, and it's a 700 bet, and Philip just flat calls. Philip now has hit 2 pair, and he may bet this. No, he just checks, hoping that Pidon fires again. And that's what Pidon is considering, because he has absolutely none of this, and he's no possible way of winning the hand unless he bets. And there's a couple of options now for Philip. Philip knows he has a lock in this hand, and he may just flat call in the hope that Pidon has another blast at it on the river. But there is spades out there. There's possible straight draw as well, and that's one of the reasons why Philip may consider a raise. 1,600 to call, and that's what he does, and he just flat calls. I love watching this guy play, and he's going to check here. The queen is not a great card for Philip, because it's quite reasonable to expect Pidon to have something like a 8-10 kind of combination, maybe even a king 10. But Philip is certainly calling a bet here. And it goes Jack, Jack, and Pidon has 6 high, and Philip shows just the 2 to win the pot. And the 2 was good enough to take the pot. And these last few hands now have brought Philip right back to almost even. He's 3k behind, but Ephraim is 20k up. He's the winner so far. Zek 10k up. Devkin 15k up. And it's Rob that's down 20k and Pidon down 15k. And it's a 100-100 game. And thanks so much, guys, for joining us. We appreciate you coming on and watching the entertaining poker that's provided here from King's Casino. It's 24/7 action here. We love these Cash King sessions. It's the biggest cash game in Europe, there's no doubt about it. And it's the biggest regular cash game in Europe. And this is day 3 of our Cash King special. And we will be here for the next 3 days bringing you the content and all the action from the Party Poker Millions, which is a 1,000 buy-in, million guarantee. I'm really looking forward to it. A million guarantee event. No Limit Holdem. My favorite game. Is going to be absolutely breathtaking to watch. All the poker play. So many big name players out there. Bumped into several out on the floor there over the last day or two. And hopefully we'll get some real good action. And it's Rob under the gun now on a straddle. Pidon has straddled with Queen 9. And sold bluffs on the final table of the $22 bubble rush. Well played, sold bluffs. Good luck to you, sir. And Gruissem on the button is calling 1400 raise, and that's 2 pair for Gruissem. I'm not sure, I missed the action there pre-flop. I know Yong and Pidon were on the straddle. Gruissem was on the button, and it looks like Gruissem made it 1400, and both Pidon and Yong called, and that is pure danger. I'm just after spotting this. It's a crazy hand because it's top pair for Pidon, it's top 2 pair for Gruissem, and it's a set of 8s for Rob. And this is, if Rob raises here, if Rob has just flat called and Pidon has just flat called, and it's a monster pot, and going to see a lot more chips go in here. But that is a bit of an action killer because it brings the straight, and Yong goes check. Pidon checks. Pidon now has second pair with a straight draw, but this is the pre-flop raiser, I believe. Philip on the button, flop 2 pair, top 2, but that's not a great card for 9-8 because the 10 brings straight options, and it's quite reasonable that one of his opponents has called with a hand like 9-10 or 8-10, and this might slow Philip down. We know that Rob is holding the monster set of 8s, and this pot could have been absolutely ginormous if Rob chose to raise on the flop. And Philip's looking down, and he may make a bet here. This is a huge bet, and Rob Yong is going nowhere. He's flopped a set. Now it's very draw heavy. It's fraught with danger, this board. There's diamonds, there's hearts. 3 cards to the straight, and Rob has just opted to call here, and I like this fold by Pidon. He realizes that he could actually be dead, and this is an action killer because it's given 4 cards to the straight and the hearts, and that has actually saved Philip, even though he doesn't think it does, because he's going to see Rob with the set of 8s, and that pot could have got really big on the flop.
Save money, yeah? Save so much money.
You save so much money, says Rob.
Warum nicht schlagen?
Friend of mine, it's like,
Your friend, eh? Ah, okay.
That was a real action flop.
Almost went all in on the turn. Just over bet.
Wenn er 16.000 race,
you save your stack there.
alleine für den Dings.
I don't want to check, I don't want to bet. It's like weird fuck.
Normally I wouldn't play like
Just
that.
fold. Just fold it.
And that could have been a crazy hand if Rob decided to raise with a set.
Try and kill everybody. Just raise flop and stack those.
Relax!
And that's what Rob's saying, if I raise flop, you snap all in.
Immer Garantie spielen. Ich verstehe nicht.
Rob has picked up ace 10 and he's in the big blind position. He's going to raise it here, and Piddon is going to get out of the way with the king 3 and the action with Devkin with the queen 9, and it's a pretty hefty raise, 1400. But it is Rob, and that's what Devkin is calculating. He can get into a hand, this guy. He really does put chips in quite loosely. But on this occasion, Devkin opts to fold. Rob shows the ace 10.
Aber mich am wenigsten, ne?
Nein, nein. Zweitwenigste. Erst
Klar, Daniel besteht. Und dann
bei dir Sympathiko.
und dann ein bisschen mehr. Aber trotzdem gerne.
Die beiden da. Schön, die beiden. Oh.
That's the scoreboard.
Nein, Spieler, locker, relax, verstehst du? Aber der. Diese Profis.
Philip taking a quick restroom break, and Ephraim now in the cutoff with ace jack of diamonds. And it's just been straddled to 200. Philip Gruissem opted not to re-straddle. And the ace jack of diamonds is just flat call, and this is a feature of Ephraim's game. He opts to just limp in with these quite strong starting hands.
Just made 20k.
And he's flopped a flush and straight draw there. And he's going to bet it out. And he'll probably take it down because every other player has missed.
Also, ich sage dir, diese All-In landet hier.
Ja.
Ja. Du bist, ja, weißt du, wie das ist? Du bist Dortmund und ich bin Bayern. Wer ist das? Erste Mal? Nee, das war Dortmund Schalke, ne?
Dortmund, Bayern.
Dortmund Schalke, ne?
This is Zek here in the cutoff. Can only see one card, it is an ace.
Nein, geht gar nicht. Ey, Schauspieler, hast du gemacht? Letzte Mal? Wir beide.
Schaust du rein, oder?
Ja, bei dir, ich muss. Du bist Bayern. Ich checke.
Gibst du mir noch mal 10 bitte?
Gute Hand.
Zek with the aces,
Du nur gute Hände.
no action.
Wir pokern wir immer auf eine Karte, dann hast du gesehen.
Beste Hand sogar. Nicht nur gute Hand, beste Hand.
Hallo.
Gruissem minus 15, Piddon minus 18 and a half, and Rob now playing 96,700. He's down 3,300 for the day.
I'll let you off big style. I'll let you off big style. Too nice to play.
We're still talking about that hand, the flop set and flop 2 pair from Philip.
Check, huh? You know that.
You wish, Jack?
Imagine I could have a set. No? You think I raise? No, I say.
On the double push balls.
Yeah,
You gotta raise.
no.
I just,
That would have been sick. I mean, saying show me your hand.
Piddon on the button with ace 10 makes it 700 to go, and Devkin has 3 bet with ace 10 also, and it's the exact same hands here. Ace-10 suited by both players. And it's 5,300 in the pot. And Piddon has the advantage of the button. And he's flopped backdoor hearts. But it may be a case of first to bet, but Devkin doesn't go with it. He checks. And Piddon now checks back. And a heart would give him confidence, but 6 of diamonds. Both players completely missed this board. And it looks like it's gone check, check.
I played the stream already like 10 times, I think.
There's 5,000 in the pot and it's going to be split up.
These ones, there. I'm always stuck on this and then you move there and then I'm coming back. On the comeback board.
How much was it for with like the sixes? PLO was like 500, right?
600.
600k. 3-roll in. First time you played PLO, you wanted a 600k pot with like pocket sixes in his hand.
Can you
Pair of
imagine?
sixes.
Three all in on the flop. Queen, 10,
That's pretty sick.
no. Jack, 9,
Oh,
Jack 9, 5. 3 were all in. I have 6s and then not flush shot. And a gut shot. Yeah, 3 are in, 600k. Break.
And Rob Young has a
And then everyone's like,
monster starting hand on the 400 straddle. And Piddon with the king queen has straddled to 800. And
Disgusting pot in Vegas.
Philip is going to fold and Zek will probably fold. And Rob is going to raise. And Ephraim raises this up.
that was my favorite.
And Rob is going to re-raise. And this might save Piddon, who has king queen. He might get out of the way here because there's been too much interest shown.
I think it was a different order. I think it was like small.
And he does get out of the way. And now Ephraim
900.
with a big raise, 6,000 raise. And he's king 5. This will be a very loose call if he makes it. He does make it.
4, 5, 9, something like that.
Rob with ace queen of hearts in position against Ephraim with the king 5 off. And we have a pot of 13,000 plus.
Pretty sure it was Jack 9.
And Rob has hit that.
6, 7.
But Ephraim has also hit a pair with the backdoor clubs.
Good times, man.
Pocket sixes.
And Ephraim is betting this out. And it looks like 6,500 bet. He's counting out.
Good, I didn't mark it. Fuck, missed it.
And it's 5,500 bet. And
Imagine like
Rob has top pair, top kicker, and Rob is going to re-raise.
16,000.
And I think that's going to end the hand. I don't think Ephraim is going to continue with bottom pair here. It's 10,500 to call. And this would be quite remarkable if Ephraim puts another diamond here. I know he understands now that he's put way too much in this pot. And Rob, not afraid to show his big hands. Ace queen, top pair, top kicker. Opted to raise there. Would have been interesting to see
I'm in the big line.
what would happen on the turn if Rob
Type player,
just flat called.
type player makes it 25.
And Rob Young now 10,000 in profit. The Russian kid in seed 8 15,000 in profit. And the big loser is Piddon 20,000 down, and Philip Gruissem is down about 14,000.
I think it was block his ace, so I think I can win it.
Thanks for joining, Mex Power. Appreciate your contributions, guys. We're so pleased to bring you this broadcast. We absolutely love these Cash King sessions. They really do liven up
He has a pair or a big ace.
the whole venue. And its place is buzzing at the moment. It's completely thronged with players. And a lot of tables are full. There's 160 poker tables plus.
40k.
We're watching the latter stages of the Cash Kings here.
deuce. It's now 130. Now 80.
And Gruissem
130 in the middle.
has a small pair on the button. Ephraim is first to act with King 10.
Okay.
And that's a good shot for the King 10. And it's a pair of sixes
I know he's got a pair.
for Bidon. And it's been checked right around to Philip, who's pocket trees. And he's checked also. And the ace comes now for Devkin, the Russian. And he may bet this because there's been zero interest so far. And that's what he decides to do. There's 5,000 out there, and he bets 2,800 in the hope that he'll take it down. And I can't see anyone continuing here, to be honest. And I really like this guy, this Russian guy. He's made zero mistakes so far, in my opinion. Seems to be a class act. Not afraid to put in money. Made a brilliant move against Bidon in the very early part of the session. He's almost 20,000 in profit. And Philip Gruissem now is down 16,000 plus.
Thought about it.
2 flush draws, can you have 8-9?
We have a change of dealer.
8-9. 2 flush draws on the turn, so.
And for the benefit of the new viewers that have just come on, this is the latter part of a Cash King special. It's a No Limit Holdem cash game where the blinds are €100 for the small, €100 for the big blind, and you will see the 200 out. That's a mandatory straddle. That's Bidon there with the 200 in front of him. The white chips are hundreds, and it's Devkin with the twos, and he's raised, and Gruissem is going to re-raise now in the cutoff with ace king of clubs.
Not a good pass. He could have had 8s, couldn't he? Could have had pocket 8s. I don't think he shoves with 8s. He's got full house already, he doesn't shove.
And 2,000 is the raise.
So you're like looking at like
And this is it's remarkable really that Ephraim is putting 2,000 in with 5-3 with a player that has raised in the early position to act. And it's even more remarkable that Rob comes along for the ride. And certainly the twos is getting well priced in. And it looks like it's an 8,000 plus pot. That's exactly what it is. And this anyone's game here. That's a 3-6-4. And the 5-3 is actually in the lead here. It's a bad flop for ace king of clubs. And Ephraim with the 5-3, it's going to be checked around to him. And he could steal this pot with a bet. I don't think Philip is going to have the heart to bet this flop out. He's completely missed, and he does check. And the 5-3 of Ephraim taking full advantage of the button position is going to bet out.
But this is a spot where you have to look at your opponent, you know.
And
this is massive
Philip
pot,
folds.
and he has either the up, like either he has a full house, or he has
That's
like
a really
draw.
smart pot, isn't it, for 5-3?
Should not have too much full houses.
Maybe a 9,
Yeah.
9-10 suited.
9-10 makes the most sense.
I have 3 bets, so.
I think he folds like 9-10 suited, like whatever, like 500 BB deep in position. I mean, come on, I would love to play that. I mean, come on. It's like, it's the can though.
What was it? JRB.
JRB was in the game. No, I nearly folded.
And button now has moved on to Rob Yong. That's the scoreboard. Rob is 7,000 profit. The big losers are Philip Gruissem and Bidon. They're the two big name players at this table. Probably two of the most experienced players. And both are down almost 20,000. And this guy on the button is Rob Yong. And For high stakes cash action,
Dann spielst du das Spiel ja.
you will find Rob in the biggest games in Europe. He really is an action player, and he's raised 2,000 on the button now with King 7. And Ephraim
Check my friend.
is really getting into tussles with Rob. He's playing the Ace-8, and Rob has the advantage of the button, which is the last position to act, and it's gone check, check, and Rob has picked up a diamond draw and bets it out and will take down the pot. And that's Rob in the right hand of the screen. He is the owner of Dusk Till Dawn, and I think Rob is just asking to run it out to see what would happen.
Bravo.
Check.
Sag ihm auf Englisch, der spielt fehlerfrei. Bitte.
That's the scoreboard if you've just joined us. You're watching a cash game live from King's Casino. This is day 3 of our Cash King special. And this is the biggest cash game in Europe. This today is a No Limit Holdem, 100-100. You'll see a straddle here up to 400 from Zek, 800 from Rob Young, and it's 800 now around to Philip Gruissem, who folds. And now it's 3-way, 800 to call, and Ephraim with Queen 7 puts in €800.
No cooking, yeah?
Zek gets out of the way with 5-3, and Rob
Yeah, pair of tags.
with
Last time,
the
you
Queen also checks his option.
Ah, he's blind.
2200 in the pot, and Queen 5 versus Queen 7, and Ephraim has hit that 7, and these backdoor clubs. Young also with the backdoor clubs. Both have the backdoor straight, holding the Queen in their hand, and Ephraim's betting this out, and it's probably
Bravo. 7, yeah. 7.
actually Rob has betted out,
7, yeah. 7.
and that's a real interesting card because it brings an up and down straight draw and flush draw for both players. But as you can see, Ephraim is big favourite here,
Bitte.
and Rob bets it out, and
Bitte. 7, yeah. 7.
Rob bet 3,500, and Ephraim snap called, and
Bitte. 7.
Ephraim
7. Bitte.
bets it out here because he's hit
Bitte. 7.
trip 7s. 9,100, and he's value betting here because he's putting Rob in some kind of hand, but Rob had absolute trash,
Correct or not correct? Hey, good luck. 7, eh?
and Rob was drawing to a split pot there.
Ich habe gerade gefragt, lügen oder nicht lügen? Ich habe gesagt, darf man nicht
Next
lügen.
hand.
Hallo, Münchner, du hast gesagt nicht lügen, ja?
And
Lügen.
Mex Power is asking who Ephraim is, and I really don't know. I know he's from Germany, and he's created big action here. He's a bit of a character, not afraid to put his money in. He's livened this game up, and I really hope we see him back here again.
7. Blast down river. 7 is a good.
7 o'clock, yeah.
No 7 on river. Me.
Ohne 7 wäre auch nicht mehr.
Was?
Ohne 7.
Wenn die 7
Er soll Flash kommen, soll Straße kaufen.
Pidden now has straddled to 800,
Ich bezahle sowieso.
and the action is with the Russian who's folded. Philip has
Ich muss ja
folded.
bezahlen. Ich habe erst Straße, ich habe erst Geld,
Zek here is folded, so it's heads up between Rob and Pidden, and Rob is going to play the King 9. He's probably going to raise, and that's what he does do. And he makes it 2,000 to go. It's 3,000 to go, and
7, yeah?
Pidden opts to fold
Hey,
on the 800 straddle, and Rob takes down 1,000 profit.
Rob, sagst du ihm, guck
You
mal,
are peanut.
Daniel, sagst du ihm, ich bin korrekt, ich habe ihm die Wahrheit gesagt, was ich habe. Nächstes Mal, wenn ich frage, soll er auch die Wahrheit sagen. Sag mal.
Does you owe you one time the truth?
Das kann ich nicht gewesen sein. Wenn ich ihn frage, über die Wahrheit,
Sag immer die Wahrheit.
Try bluffing.
aber warum will der raus, wenn er Lügen sagt?
Just to let you know, guys,
Russia,
we have a stream
du bist Jochtechnik-Kollege.
of the main event from the festival, the Party Poker Live event. It's another day tomorrow.
Kannst du machen eine
And
Übersetzung?
we'll be here from 5:30. We're watching Devkin, the Russian, in the cutoff with ace jack of clubs, and he takes down the pot.
mal zu. Mit dir, gib doch immer ein bisschen mehr Bushaltestelle. Was? Ah, ja. Ja, ich brauche du kannst ja nichts machen.
Ich habe meine eigenen.
Du schaust doch immer mit mir an. Du schmeißt die ganze Zeit, du erzählst die ganze Zeit, du redest die ganze Zeit, du schaust jetzt nicht. Du schaust doch immer mit mir die ganze Zeit an.
Aber jetzt schon negativ sein, ohne Trick.
Go there.
Was machst du, wenn du kriegst?
And Gruissem has straddled to 400 here. So action will be on Ephraim with Queen Rag on the button. And sorry, it looks like the straddle was to 200 and Gruissem has raised 10-7 of diamonds. And Rob Young has called with 7-6 and the action now is with Pidon with Jack-6. So the total raise is 700 from Gruissem. It looks like Rob has just flat called with 7-6 and we have a flop here, 8-9 Jack. That's an up and down straight for Rob. It's the bad end of the straight because the 9 would give Gruissem the bigger straight and Rob is betting it out. He's first to act and I think Gruissem is going to call here because he's backdoor diamonds and he's going to raise it. He's a straight draw and a backdoor flush draw.
Super high.
It looks like Rob is snap folded and Gruissem buzzing with himself there.
Man, I thought you call anything like a little better than 2000.
Play so bad. Play so bad.
Ich höre, der ist eine Schauspieler.
Play so
Wer
bad.
war nochmal der Regisseur?
You know what I had 6-7, so you had me down.
That's Devkin, the Russian, who's just taking a seat. He's putting in his 200 euro straddle. The option is with Philip Gruissem to straddle to 400, but he's not taking that option. He's going to see his cards and it's 10 Jack suited, so he's going to play this hand. He's going to raise it to about 800. And it looks like 700 raise, and it's folded around to Rob Young. And Rob has Queen 9 of hearts. And I'm going to point out the obvious by saying both are playing the hearts. The incredible big odds of a flush coming are even less now because they have each other's outs, and that's Jack, Ace, 7, 3 diamonds, no player holding a diamond, and Gruissem has flopped best, hitting the Jack, and he may opt to continue here. I can't see Rob continuing. Certainly Devkin won't, and the bet does take it down, and that's another pot for Gruissem. There is a delay, guys, 30-minute delay, and if you've just come on and joined us, it's a cash game here from Kings. It's a 100-100. You see a straddle up to 200, right up to 800, depending on which player. They have the option, the players. We're coming to the latter stage. It's only 15 or 20 more minutes, so please do stay with us. We're back tomorrow again. We're going to have some fantastic action from the Million Guaranteed Party Poker Live. And I'm going to have a few interesting guests that are going to pop in and help me out here in the booth and spice things up. So remember, from half five tomorrow, we're going to have the live stream from the main event. But now we're watching Rob Young calling
I know now you're full open-ender.
a 700 raise from Gruissem.
Yeah. Line. It's better than dark.
Always checking to. No one bets it.
And Rob Young is on the button with 8-10. Not sure of the action there. I think it was probably Rob that raised on the button, and Philip called with the Queen, 2 of clubs. And both players completely missed, but Rob Young has the benefit of having the button, which is the last player to act. And the action is with Philip, who has backdoor clubs and a backdoor straight. And he thinks, and he just folds. Out of turn, he folds. He picked up chips to bet, and he was actually ahead with his queen high, but he just thought to himself, not a chance, and makes the fold. You're looking at 5 players in the image. Ephraim is the player missing. He's in big profit today. He's 25k plus up. And also this gentleman on the very right, Devkin from Russia, he's also up. Rob is up and down, but I think he's around 5 or 6 grand up now at the moment. The big losers are Philip Gruissem here on the left, and our former EPT Berlin champion, who's sitting next to Rob. You'll see him now come into your picture screen after Rob acts, and he is also down. Pigeon, he's down to the tune of 20,000, and he has the dealer button here with King Jack, and he just opts to call, and we're going to look at a three-way pot between Rob, Pigeon, and Ephraim.
Good friend, man. But when they stop playing poker, I can't lose them, you know.
And Pigeon has hit that flop top pair, and Ephraim just snap folds out a turn, and that's given Rob confidence to bet, and he's going to get action from Pigeon, and Pigeon just flat calls, which I like this flat call. But Rob does have a tendency to continue, but he has a lot of cards he can hit here to improve Rob, and that's really not one of them, because he's just drawing to 3 jacks, and Pigeon has one of the jacks. And Rob has continued here with 2,800, and Pigeon just flat calling, and there's a probability that Rob will continue here, and that's the straight, the made straight for Pigeon, and Rob has connected with 4th pair, but I'm positive Rob will understand that's no good, and he may consider putting in a big bet here. That's what he does. Looks like about 15,000 thereabouts, and this is getting raised because Pigeon is sitting with the absolute nuts, and he makes the raise, and Rob snap folds, and Pigeon play that very smart, just flatting in the power position, and Rob had a blast on every street. And that's 18,000 profit, and it brings Pigeon out of the hole for the day. You can see there now he was 20,000 plus down, and now he's just 4,500 down. Rob down 12,500, and Philip Gruissem, the biggest loser, with 17,000 down. That was a substantial pot there, and it didn't surprise me. That's one of the aspects to Rob Young's game. He doesn't give up. He's very capable of making these triple barrel buffs, and he's not bothered by the money, and sometimes they don't come off, and on that occasion he dusted off almost 18,000 to his competitor Pigeon from Berlin, the former EPT champion. And Devkin, the Russian, on the button with ace-9 of clubs, and Rob is also playing 8-10 of clubs, and Pigeon with the same hand, the king-queen, and that's a queen in the window. And Yong to act first, and he checks, and Pigeon checks, and the button checks, and the 4 comes, and Rob checks, and now Pigeon is going to have a bite of this and protect his pair, and that's what he does, and he makes it 2,500, it looks like, and that takes down the pot. That actually brings Pigeon, who was 25k down at one stage, brings him back to flat. He's even for the day. And the big loser, Rob Young, 15,000 down, and Gruissem 17,000 down. Ephraim 16,000 up, Zek 11,000 up, and Devkin seed 8 14,000 profit.
Wow! We made someone gamble.
Der ist heiß.
We made someone
Ich
gamble.
glaube, jetzt ist er gefährdet. Sein Hund ist weg. Ich glaube, ich kassiere.
And a really
Nein, der lässt mir nur eine
good contribution here from Le Brainwashed, just in regards to Rob Young's style of play, and he's agreeing that Rob probably is not bothered by the money, but he's pretty sure that he's bothered if he doesn't play well. You've got him spot on there. But believe me, this is all part of Rob's game, this loose play. He plays very high stakes, extremely high stakes. He played the 500 last night, the Omaha, and there was several pots over 100,000. One big pot, 200,000 he lost. But he did all right overall, I believe. And we have a comment regarding Pidden and his attitude. He was 25,000 down, and now he's flat for the day, meaning he's break even, which is really a good situation. It's hard to claw back in these games, it really is, but Pidden has done it, and he was the beneficiary of a triple bluff by Rob with absolute air, and Pidden had the stone cold nuts in the end. And the straddle is €800 here. And it looks like it's five-way pot. And there's 4,200 in there. There's no player with an ace or a 10. And it's a good shot straight for Rob Young, backdoor spades. And Czech has the two blockers to the straight draw. And the spades now have come for Young also. So if this is checked around to him again, Rob will have a crack at this. And that's what he's done. Czech checked first to act, and Rob now has had a bet at it. And I can't see anyone calling. Possibly Czech. But he doesn't, he gives up his fours, and Rob shows his flush draw, straight draw, and takes down €4,000.
Yes. I have to win 10 small pots because I'm picking.
That's the blinds 100, 100, and it's a 200 straddle. And the Russian Devkin straddles to 200. Philip has the option to straddle to 4, but he doesn't take that option. And under the gun, first to act will be Philip Gruissem. And he has straddled to 400, and Ephraim has straddled to 8. So now the actions with Zach with Jack 10 on the button, 800 to call, and he's put in €800 to see a flop. And Rob is going to raise here to 2,500 with 7-5 of clubs, and it's going to be folded right around to Ephraim with 5-3 off, and he puts in the additional €1,700. And the button now is Czech, and he's going to call. And Czech is in the lead here with the Jack 10. He has the benefit of having the button, which will mean he's the last player to act. And Rob will be the first player to act. And Rob has hit a pair, but he's checked it. And Czech has really smashed that flop by hitting top 2 pair. And you can see the percentages. With no player holding a diamond, he's almost 90% to win this on the flop. And the bet wins it, and a nice little bit of profit from Czech, top 2 pair.
Yeah.
That's the scoreboard. Rob Young and Philip are 30,000 in the hole between them. Pidden now, who was 25k down, is almost flat for the day. And the big winner there is Czech, 16,000, Ephraim 13,000, and the Russian Devkin, who's 10,000 up. And now, look, this is remarkable that Ephraim chooses to limp here with the 10s. Gruissem was on the straddle. Ephraim opted not to straddle. I think he missed it. He would normally. And he's just called here with the 10s. He's probably looking for a raise from Rob. But it's Devkin who raises with the King Jack. and this is a re-raise, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on Devkin, because King Jack don't play too well to a 3-bet, and Rob with the 8-2 of hearts is putting in an additional €4,000, and the King Jack of hearts folds, and this is remarkable, guys. Rob Young on the button, 8-2 of hearts, and he's flopped an 8, and we're going to see fireworks here. 12,800 in the pot. Rob is top pair, and Ephraim has an overpair. Rob has bet it, and Ephraim's gone all in. And I don't know, does Rob fold here? He probably does. It's a crazy call if he does it. The only thing that Rob could be beating here is pocket sevens, and Ephraim would do that with sevens, and up and down straight and pair, and Rob would be in the lead in that case. I feel like gambling, says Rob, and it's a crazy gamble. 32,800 to call. He bet 5,000 out on the flop, and this is quite extraordinary that Rob Young is considering to call here. But I don't believe Rob is a very smart live cash player. I know this session here he's been quite loose and quite random, but believe me, he's one of the best high stakes players around presently. He's a winning player, Rob Young. He really does have a great sense of where he's at in hands, and he's going to smell this out. And he's not going to, he's counting out money there, but he's not putting it in, and that's my opinion. And there's some smart comments here having a good laugh about me saying Rob is one of the best cash players around. I don't think I'm ahead, says Rob. And he's got that right. And soul bluffs. Go for it, soul bluffs. Best of luck. Four-handed in a $5 guaranteed $22.
Nice guy.
And Rob puts his money in. This is quite extraordinary. And he's donating money here to Ephraim. Now he has cards to catch. He can catch a 2. He can catch an 8. And look at the face on Zek when he's seen that call. And he's running hearts. And that is actually, it's a good card for both because it brings hearts for Rob's, but it makes the 2 redundant. Ah, that's what a unreal. And Rob Young. And this is incredible. And Ephraim can't believe, and there's pure silence on the table. And Ephraim, what? He did nothing wrong. And what do you do? And this is incredible that Rob has gone to 32,000 plus profit. And what a sick hand of Hold'em that was. And it was a pure gamble from Rob, and he said that.
He said his favorite hand's 8-6. I thought it was 8-6.
You're too hard?
And I really feel for Ephraim there.
You change the favorite hand. How many out there? Just for now.
And that was 100 grand almost pot. And it was the difference between Ephraim being 70,000 in profit or 30,000 down. And he was in great shape. It's a pretty sick outcome. And that is quite unbelievable. And I really feel for Ephraim because it was a bit of a spew from Rob. He said you're a nice guy, and you know, I said I'm behind. I know I'm behind, but I feel like I'm going to catch up. And that's exactly what happened. It's quite crazy, really, when you see it. €37,000 raise. And the players were quite stunned when Rob put in his money and showed his hand. They were absolutely stunned. You seen the face on Zek? He was perplexed almost. He's totally fearless, Rob Young. He does not get bothered by the size of bets. And that was a huge jam all in. He bet 5,000. And Ephraim jammed for almost €40,000. And Rob called. And there's a strange atmosphere there now because the players are quite stunned at what just happened.
What do you have in the hand when I try and look? Oh, you have Jack. What do you have with it?
And it was almost 90,000 in that pot.
I might get away with it.
400, 400.
If you have like 10 or something, whatever, keine Ahnung, then.
And the brainwashed giving me the exact stats, €82,000 pot. Thanks for that, brainwashed. You really are pretty handy with these stats. I appreciate it.
We're just going to run it this way.
And that was quite extraordinary what we just seen there. And Rob Young now with the good shot and the backdoor hearts versus the Russian Devkin, who's really played a very smart game. And it's come running nines for Rob, and he's going to scoop another pot. Don't think he's getting looked up by Devkin. And Rob Young scoops another pot, and that was quite extraordinary. I just can't stop feeling for Ephraim, who did a sick shove for 40,000 with the overpair after Rob bet.
I would give you your stack.
I mean, Rob called with 8 deuce. He called a 5,500 raise pre-flop. And I don't think it was 27,000 to call. I thought it was 37. I thought it was 32,000. 32,500. Was it 37,500 all in? Rob had bet 5,000. Just correct me on that in the brainwashed. I'm pretty sure the total bet from Ephraim was 37,500. And it was quite extraordinary. And I really feel for Ephraim, who's at the bar. And Gruissem, all we can see is a king. And it's an ace high flop. We can't see Gruissem's other card, and he's betting it out. And I've been told this is an ace that he's holding with the king. And Devkin has the pocket sevens. He'll probably get away from easy enough 3 overcards, but Rob Young has 2 pair, and Rob raises, and I'm told this is an ace with the king from Gruissem, so I can imagine that Gruissem is certainly going to continue here. And we have Rob Young, who's outflopped Philip Gruissem. The graphics is not picking up the ace, but it's an ace, and this is going to be huge. And this will get Gruissem out of the hole for the day, I think. Because Gruissem is holding an ace with the king. He flopped top pair, he bet it. Rob re-raised. Rob had 2 pair, and now Gruissem has hit a bigger 2 pair. And Rob was first to act. And it's saying 100% for Rob because it's not picking up the ace. But that's not the case. And I think we're going to see a bet here. There's 15,000 in the pot. We're going to see a 7,000 or 8,000 bet here, I think. And Gruissem, who was down almost 20 grand for the day. And it's 7,000 bet by Gruissem. And Rob Young now with the 2 pair is going to stay in this pot. I don't see Rob folding. We've just witnessed a bizarre hand where he put all his money in. Well, he put 40 grand in with 1 pair. Now he has 2 pair. It is a scary board though. There's a Broadway straight there. And Rob has raised. And Philip moves all in, and Rob sees the bad news because I've been told that Philip has the ace king, and that's what he does have. And this is going to turn Philip's day completely around, and the profit, the ace king holds.
Break even.
Now you're winning. Now you're winning. Now you're winning.
And 25k profit in that hand, which it brings Philip even, I think, for the day. Maybe a couple of K up. We'll get the scoreboard now up.
80,200, yeah?
Both players with 2 pair. And Philip Gruissem with the ace king. Rob outflopped him.
Against Russia,
And easy come, easy go comes to mind.
Are we continue playing after this?
oh,
Are you guys continue playing? Yeah.
And Rob is pretty disappointed. I think if Philip Gruissem's stack was much deeper, I don't know, would you see Rob continue there? But if he was continuing, he may as well have put Philip in. It wasn't much more, and that's what he did.
like gamble with the Queen Jack, 9 Jack. I don't have too much, you know. If you have Queen Jack, you have double gut shot. I was waiting.
And
for
we're
the-
coming to the end of our
Can you believe I'm thinking about folding now?
stream here.
Yeah, like Queen Jack gets there. Ace King.
No, I knew you had an ace.
I might just bet Ace Queen, you know, on the turn to protect.
I knew you had an ace.
If I have a weak ace, I'd probably still bet it.
Yeah, take your hand.
I don't want to give a free card there, like it's too expensive this one.
Nice hand.
Oh, I came to break even and oh, that's a good timing, guys.
Good timing, says Philip. He knows this is one of the last hands. And he's back to 45k. I think he's in for 40. We'll get confirmation of that in a few minutes, and we're going to see another big hand here because Rob has made it 2,500 on the button with the 6s, and Gruissem with the ace king. And if he wants to play a big pot against Rob, he will certainly get a customer. It's 2,500, and it's going to be a re-raise, I think. And he's going to get action from Rob.
Now we can play.
And it's 9,000, and it's 6.5 to Rob. Rob has position. He has a pair.
How much you play? 36.
And Rob asking how much in total Gruissem has in front of him. He started the hand, I believe, at 45,000. He's made it 9,000. He's 36 behind. And this is a re-raise. And this is... Oh no, that's a call, guys. That's just a call. So almost 20,000 in the pot. Rob has the benefit of the dealer button, which means he's going to be last to act. And we're looking at Rob Young versus Philip Gruissem. And it's a bad flop for both players. And does Philip have the strength to continue here? And he doesn't know, he checks. And it's a really bad flop for sixes. But it looks like 13,000. It's 14,000 bet. And Rob just shows a 6. Takes down the pot.
What big, yeah?
So guys, we can continue on the table 37. Wir werden weiterspielen auf der 37. Vielen Dank für das Spiel hier. Vielen Dank auch für unsere Dealer hier.
And that looks like we've come to the end.
Dankeschön.
It really was fascinating. Ephraim
One's a server, one's a
from Germany got a bad beat. He's down 30k for the day.
Dealer hier und das ist hier.
And Philip Gruissem probably down about 5 grand. We'll see a scoreboard there. Yeah, Gruissem's down 3-6, Ephraim 30,000. And Pidon, who really clawed back, he was down 25,000 at one stage. And Rob Young actually ends up the most profitable player of the day on 23,000 plus. Zek 15,000 plus. And the Russian Devkin on 7,500 plus. And it really was interesting.
I played for a little bit, I was going to have a couple.
It was very enjoyable, guys. Appreciate you coming on and watching the poker content we have here. It really is the hotbed of live poker here in Kings Casino. We're going to be back tomorrow with the million event. That's a million guaranteed tournament. And I'm going to sign off very soon. Finton Gavin is my name. We're back tomorrow. I believe it's 5:30. It's either 5:30 or 6 o'clock. We'll leave a notice up on the screen. We'll see you then. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. And I'm signing off. Ciao.